হ্যালো, গুড মর্নিং।
গুড মর্নিং ম্যাডাম।
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ
গুড মর্নিং ম্যাডাম, গুড মর্নিং।
বলছি বিশ্বজিৎ স্যার, আপনারা একটু আপনি আর বিশ্বজিৎ স্যার দায়িত্ব নিয়ে একটু ওই ইউটিউব লিঙ্ক গুলো রেকর্ডিং গুলো নিয়ে পোস্টেন করে দেবেন।
হ্যাঁ, আমি কালকে করে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছি 20খানা কোশ্চেন, বিশ্বজিৎ স্যারও পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে। ম্যাডাম হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ও সুধাংশু, আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, সুধাংশু স্যারকে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছি।
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Miss Celia Shanaj, but I'm using another computer, so my device is appearing in a different name, maybe Sheikh Fatta, maybe.
Good morning, madam.
Morning. Good morning.
Can you please wait? Can you please wait for a while because echo is going on. Okay, please, madam, wait for a while before we start the session.
Okay.
Hello, Paulo. Paulo. বিশ্ব প্রচন্ড ইকো হচ্ছে। আচ্ছা, তো এনিওয়ে, so when will you start the broadcast? তাহলে আমি স্টার্ট করব। ওকে। So hello and good morning to all the participants, dignitaries. Our expert today is Professor Dr. Celia Shanas. Good morning to Dean R&D, Professor Konar, all the faculty and staff. Before I go ahead, I welcome Madam, and I would like to read out a short profile of her. Professor Celia Shanas is presently the fellow of IAB, and she has received PhD degree from Concord University, and presently a professor at Department of EEE, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology since 2015. She has published more than 150 international journal conference papers. She is a recipient of the Canadian Commonwealth Scholarship and Bangladesh Academy of Science Gold Medal for contribution in science and technology. Recently, her papers have received Best Papers in Biomedical Engineering track at TENCON 2017 and at IEEE V Conference in 2016 in Humanitarian Challenge track at Region 10 2017. She was the mentor of first and second prize-winning projects into IEEE ISCMD contest in 2017 to 19 USA. She was the supervisor of fourth and fifth rank winning teams in SPCUP competitions, ICASSP to 2020 Spain. She is the recipient of 2019 Region 10 Humanitarian Activities Outstanding Volunteer Award, 2016 MGL Leadership Award, 2015 We Inspiring Member Award, and 2013 We Professional Volunteer. She is presently the chairperson of IEEE Bangladesh section, and as well as the chair and member of several IEEE societies, for example, Signal Processing Society, and she has been the general chair of several IEEE conferences, for example, IEEE 10SIM 2020. She is the editorial board member of IET Signal Processing founder and chair, IEEE Space, IAS Bangladesh chapters, and she has around 20 years of experience of leading impactful technical, professional, educational, industrial, women empowerment, and humanitarian technology projects at national, international level. Well, this is not all about her. Her details are available in her website, www.shiliashanas.com. So I try to take up only a few of her achievements here to portray her achievements here. So, madam, thank you for accepting our offer of invitation.
Thank you. Thank you for. Can you hear me, right?
Yes, madam, you're audible. You are
Yes,
requested to start your session, madam.
yes, yes. It is a humble introduction. Thank you for inviting me. So let me share my slide. Can you see it?
Yes, madam,
Okay.
visible.
It is a great honor. This is lockdown period going on, and still for the faculty development and for skill development, you have arranged such webinar for knowledge sharing. So basically, I work in the area of signal processing and application of signal processing, machine learning, pattern recognition for different signals starting from speech, image, video, power signals. So to have chosen today, I have chosen the application of deep learning, application of machine learning, feature based classification for power signals. And one of the important applications is location identification using power and audio data based on temporal variation of electric network frequency and its harmonics. It is very important for security application and for other application, and it's a different kind of work. So Dr. Nabamita has said about me. So this is my brief bio. I'm a senior member of IEEE. I'm serving around 20 years, and among these 20 years, more than 18 years as an IEEE volunteer. I'm part of many technical society chapters. I'm founder of four technical society chapters like Signal Processing Society, Robotics and Automation Society, Industrial Application Society, Society on Social Implications of Technology. So apart from it, I work in Engineering, Medicine, Biology Society and Power and Energy Society because these are all interdisciplinary since I work in machine learning and other computational systems. So it's a great honor to share my knowledge, my interdisciplinary knowledge with you. But what I believe in my research is the power of networking. If you look into this picture, this is Global Power and Energy Society Day, PES Day. It is usually celebrated in April, and the right side is at IEEE Day. It's celebrated in October. This year it will be in October 6. It is celebrated by Women in Engineering Group, WIE. So this is actually human chain of researchers, students, undergrad, women in engineering members, young professionals. And this is a very powerful network, and that helps me to do innovative research. And if you can look at the application of my work, then you will understand that I actually follow the innovative ideas in every sphere of my life. Okay. And whenever I do something, I really try to connect my work with the United Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, like no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well being, quality education, gender equality, sustainable cities and communities like this. And I request you to follow my Google Scholar citations. If you search Celia Sanat, hello, if somebody is not talking, please mute your microphone so that my because I am hearing some noise of cars and something. Please mute your microphone if you are not speaking. Doctor Dr. Navamita, can you just announce this?
Yes, madam. I think Actually, we are very few in this group,
Uh-huh.
and all the participants are in the YouTube.
I understand.
Okay, so I most of us are muted.
Okay,
I'm
but
checking once again.
okay, no problem.
Bishadit sir, are you muted?
Yeah,
Hello.
yeah. Now it is
Yes,
better.
madam.
It is better. Okay. So I will request you to follow my Google Scholar citations. Most important part, if you see the right side chart from 2013 to 2020, you see that despite the limited opportunities or limited computational facilities we have, but still it is a great hope that our citations are increasing almost every year. That means we have chosen a topic that has been cited by others and that became useful to others. That is very important for the young researchers in this development program. Okay, and this is one of my work that is highly cited. uh, it is 281, maybe it is now it is more than 285 for one work. It is a denoising of electrocardiac signals, this is very important for cardiac arrhythmia detection. And this is another work that actually published in IEEE Transaction on Audio, Speech, and Language Processing. This is fundamental frequency estimation. This knowledge I am using in power signals nowadays, and applied some of the knowledge that I have implemented in this transaction paper. And this is also IEEE ACM transaction on audio, speech, and language processing. This is speech enhancement, and this also enhancement procedure that can be also employed in different power signals for reduced noise. So these are all interdisciplinary, and I basically tried to do it. And if we look at both the transactions, even in 2009, one is published in 2012, still people are citing it, and that gives a hope that we are moving in the right direction. And this transaction also 2014, and if we look at 2020, still people, we are middle of the 2020 and people are citing the work. So citation is very important. Now coming to the question, there is a terminology, electric network frequency, that we call ENF. Huh. So what is electric network frequency? Actually, it is the supply frequency of power distribution grids, which has a nominal value of 50 hertz in most parts of the world, or 60 hertz in North America. And it can be defined as F. F is a ENF, which is the set point frequency F0 plus minus del F. Del F is the deviation between the instantaneous frequency and the set point frequency. Usually, this del F in the range of plus minus zero point zero 0.05 hertz to plus minus zero point 0.2 hertz. The ENF data uh, that extracted, that means if we plot ENF with respect to time, we will get a time series. This ENF data extracted from power grids vary due to difference between power demand and supply in various locations. That means if we keep on plotting F with respect to time and for the same power grid, then it may vary due to difference between the power demand and supply in various locations of the power grid. That's why it will give a pattern and it will look like a signal. And how we will capture the ENF, that is an important question. uh, Usually, digital audio recorders that are plugged into power mains or are located near a power source can capture the ENF signal. So, this is due to interference from electromagnetic fields originating from power sources and from acoustic hums and mechanical variations produced by electrical power devices. So this is very important. If a audio data is recorded, within the audio data, the pattern or ENF of power mains usually remains. So that gives a security concern, and that gives a indication that a person who is recording a audio, digital recording, he or she lying or standing near which grid can be identified. That's why from the grid and from the audio record, so this application has a very future potential to identify the location variation, or it is like a location stamp. So we want to verify that. Huh. So ENF, why ENF? Actually, I said some of it. Why ENF acts as a location fingerprint? Like, the fingerprint works as a identification method in the airports. In our case, the ENF, electric network frequency, can also serve as a location fingerprint, because ENF variation holds some recognizable patterns of a specific grid, because the variations are considered to be uniform for a particular grid, and the variation separable from grid to grid observations due to different degrees of control mechanisms used to control load imbalance in respective network. That means it is uniform for a particular grid, but it is separable from grid to grid. Minor differences are also observed in different location of same grid due to cycle pattern of power demand and supply that I have seen. So ENF of the same grid should have same intra-class compactness. That means within the same class, if we plot the ENF, it should be very compact. Now, if we plot ENF from grid to grid, since they are different due to different degrees of control mechanisms used to control load imbalance, so they should be separable. They should give you a inter-grid separability. So that's why ENF is very potential as a location fingerprint. These are the previous work published in different references, and these are a very recent work. Actually, this work I started to do along with my students after a signal processing cup competition, where such ENF data was given and location site verification from a grid was an important task to be solved. And my question is how ENF looks. I have explained that ENF is a variation of power line frequency. And if you plot it with time, x-axis is a number of samples, and if you record the value of f on the y-axis, then you can get patterns like that. And you can see we have shown here ENF of different grid A, B, C to I. And from the visual observation, you can see that grid A is different from grid B. Grid C is different from grid D. That means there is a remarkable difference in the ENF signature. So we want to capture it, because if we test a grid or if you test a audio data within which this ENF is lying, so of course that ENF may look like grid B or ENF may look like grid C. We really don't know how it looks like. Our job is to identify whether the test ENF is coming from grid B or coming from grid C, that we want to identify. So what is the method? There can be different method, but particularly today I will present one proposal that is called root music algorithm, that we have used for extracting the ENF. Not only that, we have proposed to use the ENF and its harmonics. ENF is the fundamental one, and also its harmonics, to get a pattern. So, and we also decompose into slow and fast varying components. Once we have ENF and harmonics of ENF, we decompose them into slow and fast varying components. And from those fast and slow varying components, we try to obtain some statistical features. And because these are important to get the variation, and then we employ classifier to identify the region of recording on a publicly available power and audio dataset, because it is important that from which data we are applying, because there are publicly available some power and audio dataset together. So this is our job to identify the region of recording, that means which grid is this ENF or the test ENF lying in the audio data is coming from which grid. That is the problem statement. For database, actually, power recording from 9 different countries, namely A, B, C, D, I. That means we are handling a very tough problem. It is not a 2 class problem, A or B. It is a 9 class problem. That's why our feature must be very unique, that can make a difference between two grid and that can identify any ENF from the same grid. No matter there is a minor variation, it will always identify this is grid A, although there will be some minor variation. But there should be significant deviation from A and B, so that we can identify that which from which grid is coming, and in that case there are 9 grids can come to the test. So that's the most difficult problem, 9 class classification. And we have taken signal length from 6 to 8 hours and sampling frequency of 1 kilohertz, 360 hertz grid name ACI, and rest of the others contain 50 hertz grid, because basically in our books we handle 2 types of grid, 60 hertz and 50 hertz. So among the grids considered, ACI are the 60 hertz grid. And now I will tell you that how we can how we can extract electrical network frequency. They are actually divided into 2 categories. There can be non-parametric approach and there can be parametric or subspace based approach. So there are some advantage of non-parametric approach, because it is easy to compute, but the disadvantage of it is it has lacks in high accuracy. So that's why we preferred parametric approach over the non-parametric approach. And one of the very popular parametric approach is the spectrum based method, that gives higher frequency resolution in analyzing ENF function. On the other hand, subspace method like music and spirit are proved to be more effective for the ENF signals, in which dynamic range of frequency fluctuation is quite small. That is very important. If for the same signal the dynamic range varies too much, then it will be identified as a different signal coming from the different grid, and that will pose a problem. So that's why we are preferring the such type of subspace based method, which are parametric approach. And uh, in what we are proposing for our ENF extraction method, it's not a direct music algorithm, it is a modified music algorithm that is called root music. And why it is used, because we can accurately estimate ENF signal with the increase of temporal resolution, and it also reduces computational complexity or power. That is very important. So currently existing techniques extract ENF only in the base frequency or nominal frequency, whereas ENF is also present in the integer multiples of base frequency. That is, it is not only f, it can be integer multiples of f, and we can have a pattern of ENF not only in fundamental frequency, because I had done a fundamental frequency transaction paper, and that has given me an idea that similar to speech fundamental frequency, the ENF, the intrinsic network frequency pattern, does not lie only on the base frequency, who having nominal value. It can be captured only also in the multiples, that is in the harmonics. That's why we propose to extract the ENF and its harmonic. We call it HENF, and we have to do some band limited signal. So we have did some pre-processing that is called band limited power and audio data. After having band limited power and audio data, we apply root music algorithm and we extract ENF, and not only that, we extract the harmonics of ENF. Okay, this is the ENF harmonics plot. You know, for grid A, if we look at our previous figure, that was grid A, original ENF. But if you look at the grid A harmonics, they are different. That means there is a structure that remains in the ENF and also its harmonics. And if you look at the ENF harmonics of other grids, also harmonics of different grids are also very, very different from the visual observation. So that means they have a different pattern which can be easily captured by this method. And if from visual observation it is clear, now with a method we have to do it. So far we have our plot in our hand, that is ENF of different grid, which is remarkably different, and also ENF harmonics of different grids, and you can see that they are also different and they have potential to be identified by the root music algorithm. And this is the flow chart for grid location identification scheme. That means we will extract ENF and harmonics of ENF. Then we will decompose ENF into slow and fast varying component. And this slow and fast varying component, from there we will extract some statistical features. Once we extract the statistical features, we will train a classifier model using different classifiers. And finally, from the model, classifier model, we will detect which grid the ENF belongs to. So this is a pattern recognition and machine learning technique. So we have scope for proposing different kind of features. Although we'll show what type of feature, and we can propose or adopt different type of classifier to have a best result. So, how we will decompose the ENF signal? It has been observed that extracted ENF waveforms contain two observatory segments. Yes, if you can see the original data, you see there are slowly varying components in grid A, also some fast varying components. So, we wanted to decompose it into two separate components. The less variable portion, which predominantly shows very low resolution of change, referred to as low frequency, and other segment is relatively highly fluctuating portion which varies. Let us consider the ENF signal is the main signal, LF is the low variable segment, and HF is the high variable segment. So if we can find the low varying segment, and if I have the ENF in our hand, from ENF to minus LF we can find the high varying component also. We don't need to identify separately high variable component. Once we can identify the low variable segment, it can be easily extracted by subtracting it from the ENF. Acha. So these are the features from the our subsystems are 50 hertz power data, 60 hertz power data, 50 hertz audio data, and 60 hertz audio data. Basically, for power data, we have taken different features such as waveform length of low frequency ENF, mean of entropy of high frequency ENF, peak factor of low frequency ENF, median of low frequency high ENF, low frequency and high frequency ENF, and log, that means variance of correlation of HENF. So these are the different statistical features we have tried using the formula for calculation given in the right column. We could do also higher order statistics because some skewness, cartoon disease to have a better my students are working with the higher order statistics also. And in case of audio data, we have taken the signal power of HENF, AR parameter, autoregressive parameter. That means audio data has some peaks and it can be represented by the all pole model, and from there autoregressive parameter can be obtained, and peak factor of low frequency ENF, a mean of low frequency ENF. So we deducted and we detected such features from 50 hertz audio data and as well as 60 hertz audio data. So this is our system under test, and this is the feature we are proposing, and right column is the formula for calculating those ENF. Once we have the ENF signal, using this formula we can easily find these features. Okay, once the feature vector is formed as seen in the previous slide, now our job is to feed them to different classifier. There are different classifier. Actually, we started from the simplest one to the more complex one. The simplest one is the k nearest neighborhood classifier, and also we have actually tried different complicated classifiers such as support vector machine. So there are different types of kernel we have used for support vector machine. One can be linear SVM, quadratic SVM, medium Gaussian SVM, cubic SVM, and we can see that accuracy for SVM classifier using different kernels, and we can see that SVM with kernel quadratic kernel provides more accuracy, uh, uh, like 94.4%. Okay, that is our finding. That means if we vary the kernel, the accuracy varies. Okay, and this is the comparison of accuracy with ENF and decomposed ENF. Okay, and this is 50 hertz power data. um, my question is, if you could have used only ENF, original ENF, without using the decomposed ENF, you see, even for 50 hertz power data and 50 hertz audio data, the accuracy using only ENF is 72.33% and 62%, whereas the accuracy using the decomposed ENF that we have proposed, and it is for 50 hertz power data, it is 82.32%, and for 50 hertz data, it is 67%. That means there is a tendency to increase the accuracy, and same lies for other subsystems, 60 hertz power data and 60 hertz audio data. Okay, and for audio data, we are getting more accuracy. That is very important. And accuracy comparison. So another is accuracy. Previously we have given the justification that why we will move for decomposed DNF compared instead of taking original ENF also. And in the next slide we have shown accuracy with ENF and accuracy with harmonics of ENF. You can see for all type of subsystem, accuracy for harmonics of ENF is better. That's why it is rational to use harmonics of ENFs instead of using only ENF. So in this slide we have shown that instead of depending on the original ENF, we will go for decomposed ENF. My question is now that we will look for the ENF or we will look for the harmonics of ENF. Of course, our results shows that we should go for accuracy with harmonics because it gives better accuracy. Now, this is the power data, overall accuracy of existing and proposed method. Uh, this is power signal and audio signal. We can see the overall accuracy 88.67% for 50 hertz power signal, and 60 hertz power signal it is 100%, and for 50 hertz audio data it is 70.2%, and it is 60 hertz audio data 77.7%. So this is important, that which data we have trained and how much accuracy we have got. And this is a confusion matrix for 50 hertz grid. Confusion matrix, that means x-axis is the predicted class and y-axis is the true class. That means when B class is tested and B class is detected, that is 100%. When when B class is tested and D class is detected, it is 67%. In this way, we have actually plotted a confusion matrix for 50 hertz grid, and also we have done a confusion matrix for 60 hertz grid. And you can see that compared to these two confusion matrix, 60 hertz grid gives you the better result. This is our finding. So what is our analysis actually? We should go for decomposing the ENF because it improves accuracy, and also using the features of ENF harmonics increases accuracy further. So detection accuracy is less in audio data due to low signal to noise ratio, because when we sing or record any audio data, this always there is a capture of fan noise or computer noise or a street noise. So accuracy is less in case of audio data because its SNR is very low. Detection accuracy of 60 hertz grid is higher than the 50 hertz grid. This is another finding. It can be concluded that North American countries, the fluctuation of ENF is less random. So that is our finding, and that also help us to identify that ENF lying from the audio record used for security application is coming from North American countries or coming from other countries, because we are having such analysis and we can conclude something. These are very important finding. So conclusion is fluctuation of electrical network frequency can geolocate a country's grid, which is very, very important. And it adequate data set if we can collect, it is possible to detect smaller regions of a country as well. That means once we detect it belong to which country, and after that we can also identify that it is actually which part of India, whether it is Kolkata or Delhi or Madras or Kerala or anywhere. So this is possible for a precise identification, but we need a big data that actually it is difficult to find. Further investigation on such signal with vast data, more countries will help us to achieve higher performance in detecting location of media signal without relying on real-time GPS data. This is very, very important for security application. So this actually gives a huge potential of applying this or solving this problem using deep neural network like CNN, convolutional neural network, LSTM. Recently, I propose along with my student, I propose a method that is called capsule network. That is a very successful or effective capsule network that can be also employed here. Not only that, there may be a lot of propositions that once we have a big data, and once we can take information or outcome from different network, deep neural network like CNN, DenseNet, CapsNet, Inception v3, VGG16, VGG19, ResNet 50. So these are different architecture of deep neural network. Actually, I am employing those deep neural network in other applications. So from my knowledge in the discipline, I can tell that it has a huge potential of applying those neural network models to get better accuracy. Another proposition can be, we do not need to take output from all layers of a particular model, deep neural model. Maybe some layer gives the best output for a particular model. That's why instead of taking all layers of Inception v3, if we can find the best layer of Inception v3, best layer of VGG16, best layer of VGG19, okay, then we can easily find out a fusion of layers, and that we can send them to the classifier. Of course, that will give and that will lead us for a better accuracy. These are the references we have used. IEEE transactions on information forensic and security, Forensic Science International. So there are different papers which can be used as a reference for us. And now I like to, since we are talking about power, grid, application, so let me introduce you a terminology that is called humanitarian technology, so involving power and energy. So such as non-polluting lighting, heating, cooking, and technologies for clean and water sanitation, where the knowledge of power and energy can be used, of grid electricity generation like solar or bicycle, agricultural technologies like irrigation methods, healthcare technology, like that, different things. Okay, and let me introduce with you IEEE site where I'm serving. This is a special group, interest group on humanitarian technology and IEEE Humanitarian Activity Committee that offers 20,000 to 60,000 US dollar fund for any research work, but that research work must be connected to the local community, deployable to the local community, using the knowledge of power and energy. So let us know from PS news update that what is the factors that are controlling the future trends in power and energy society, like energy storage and integration of renewables, distributed generation and hybrid model of grid, data driven technology, and cyber security. You see, that's I'm working in that area, cyber security. But if we don't know the area, then what are the future direction, then we cannot concentrate our research development. That is important. That is one of the purpose of this training that we are that NIT is arranging today. So these are the areas where we can work, and if we can work in those strategic areas, then we will can publish a better paper, and we can connect to the community, and we can connect and we can have a better citation also. That is important for our professional and research career. uh, Important thing is that how we will utilize the renewables. We can utilize the renewables for solar panel, or driving water from the well, or from irrigation, or for doing the home automation, lighting, curtain control, office automation, remote maintenance, security and surveillance, which is very important, digital media centers, car park management system, and also we can use the alternative energy utilization. These are some examples that how we can use alternative energy. And this is a very important thing. User, now it is lockdown and we are doing here webinar via Google, because we are privileged, we have internet connectivity. Because I am a professor in a highest ranked engineering university in the country, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. Majority of the students, meritorious student, top students here coming from the very rural villages, and now the residential halls are locked and we sent our beloved student to the home where many of them have no connectivity, no electricity. So let us utilize, apart from our doing research, we really want to do research for providing the power and energies to the underprivileged community, so that they can use it when they really need it, such pandemic period or such time where online education we are demanding and we want to do, we want to continue, but they do not have a way to do it from their village home, or they do not have way to connect it from their village home. So these are the potential areas where we will actually think about our emerging lesson. No matter whether we are using pattern recognition, machine learning, deep learning, we have to connect with a problem in the community, how the problem in the community can be solved. That means, if I've seen in my research, I have identified a problem of finding a stamp of a audio record given by any person, and to identify his identity, he or she is closer to which grid. That means it is a community problem, right? Security threat, cyber security. So we have to identify this. And if I could take the work into an apps, and that could have collaboration with ICT also, computer science also, and that could give better flexibility of any user who wanted to know identification of others, okay, using the apps. That is very important. And you see, there are we must teach our women, our younger girls, that how to build a solar uh, panel, a small solar panel, rooftop panel, that can be deployed in the small houses for their education and for their minimum education, and also for the community clinics for a uninterrupted power supply, for a continuation of a pregnancy, or continuation of a operation of a pregnant woman. And this is also a Haitian health center is given support uh, by the Georgia Tech students, and the Georgia Tech students have developed an electrical power, a hybrid microgrid system that included a 7.2 kilowatt PV array at far location. So these are the things as we can do as part of our research, or and where we can employ our undergraduate student, our master student, our graduates, to our PhD student, three generation student. Also we can so that the work continues among three generation. I will request you, if you need any funding for your research, or if you want to do such work for your community using your power and energy knowledge, then I work for IEEE Smart Village. And this IEEE Smart Village actually provides AC DC microgrids 1 to 40 kilowatt, and it supports energy to schools, fans, TV, clean water, agricultural, and street light. And in this way, actually, we can connect our research to the sustainable development goals to support many people in the community. And the middle picture, actually, in some part of Himalaya, where a village where there is no grid, no connectivity, this IEEE volunteers like us who are working in the power and energy society have electrified that mountain where there was no electricity. And this is also very important because our streets are very narrow and we cannot send our ambulance or rickshaws or other cycles to many streets. Look about a pregnant woman who wanted to get delivery and need ambulance. So this need based research where you can develop a solar based ambulance or solar based rickshaw will connect you to the community and to help you to have your research covering more people who are underprivileged who really need it. This is one of the projects, solar project from the Madras. The sea, the people who are going to see, they really need. You see, the sea has a solar panel on the top that is help for their lighting, their engine, their cooking, their mobile charge. But apart from this, after the fishing, it is also help for women empowerment because if we can provide a small tuk-tuk or small bike supported by the solar, then the women can have vendor those fishes and can have a social entrepreneurship. So this is a way of employing high level research to the people, and to reshaping the life of community. Now it is COVID, although it is not related to power and energy, but sometimes the power and energy materials are used here. And this is automatic hand sanitizer, which we can train our students to do it so that they remain engaged now. And even after pandemic, those say your NIT can develop such things so that after the pandemic it can be deployed to the rural community schools where there is no soap at all. And we need to continue this habit, not just if the corona is over, we will again start using this touch or touch based hand sanitizer. But if we continue practicing this non touching hand sanitizer, that will be better for us, and we can do it using the technology. Because we are not the first responders are the doctors, we are the engineers and technologists. So we can employ our power and energy and other electronic and other knowledge to develop such technologies so that we do not need to do the humanitarian activity, but you can always do the humanitarian technology based activities. These are some of my contribution. Region 10 Asia Pacific Humanitarian Technology Conference, that was happened in 2017. I was as a general co-chair and trained many younger volunteers. And this is also Humanitarian Technology Conference in Indonesia, Bali, where I provided talk that how we can involve more women in develop technology that will advance sustainable green technologies for the humanities. And there is a society called very old society. If you can search IEEE society, society on social implications on technology. The people who are working like me in the power and energy society, they have a huge overlap area and have scope to work in a society. And this is a society flagship conference ISTUS, and we have arranged a women in engineering panel where we have communicated with the people from USA and people from Australia to know the good practices so that we can deploy it in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. And this is also Global Humanitarian Technology Conference. It is in USA, where we have also organized a women in engineering panel to know how the smart village people in region 7, region 6, region 8, and America, region 1 to 6 are working so that we can deploy those in our countries. Okay. And this is the first women in engineering conference in the area of electrical and computer engineering, that for which I am the founder. First week on EC in the world. I was served as a founder and TPC chair. It was in 2015. And next year we did it between Bangladesh and Pune section, and then between Bangladesh and Uttar Pradesh section, then Bangladesh is Thailand section. Last year it was between Bangladesh and Bangalore section. I have a desire to do it with Kolkata. It's closer. And not only that, our culture is same and we know each other very well. And this is a kind of resource allocation for which I started and initiated, and it now reached to many people, and that gives an satisfaction. Actually, not only that, it was an International Women in Engineering Leadership Summit that we have owned from the Global Women in Engineering. And in that case, we not only talked about leadership, actually, we talked about how to train our women about nuclear power engineering, because in our country, a lot of investment are going on for nuclear power engineering. I suggest you for opening signal processing, because up to 15th August it is only $0.5 for the students. And if you have that, you can write a proposal on winter school on multimodal signal processing for power applications, or grid communication, or distributed generation, or many way application of signal processing to power, that you can win the $5,000 for your faculty development or for your student development. This is a collaboration, Piacon, for which I am the founder. It is a collaboration between Section and Industrial Application Society, because the research I have presented, that identification of ENF from a grid is actually huge applications in the factories, and in the security in the airports and different areas. So that with to cover such areas, this IEEE Piacon I'm launched along with my volunteers. Actually, also, we really, when we are applying this machine learning and pattern recognition for power signal, we really need to know what are the implications of applying such AI machine learning technique to power signal, whether it is ethical to apply such techniques. So we really need to know the social implications of sustainable technology. So we also did a workshop or symposium with our SSIT and many people from USA, Japan, China. I'm just giving you some highlight, because usually in the faculty development we just listen to our researcher, but there is a lot of diversified areas where we can connect our research. And also industry, because I called the CEOs of power and energy industry, CEOs of power and energy industry and telco industry. We want to know what is their problem, and so that as an academician, along with our student, we can solve it, and that will foster real industry academia collaboration. And this is also a IEEE Humanitarian Activity Committee funded event, around $4,000 we have formed. It is a women to women empowerment challenge. The women were requested to ask one problem of women of Bangladesh and providing the technological solution using their signal processing, machine learning, robotics, or industrial application knowledge. And our mentors, sponsors, and entrepreneurs have mentors have really guided them that how can they transfer their project into product. And these are some individual awards that Dr. Nabomita has said that I have won from Region 10, 2013 Women in Engineering Professional Volunteer Award from Asia Pacific, 2015 Women in Engineering Inspiring Member Award from the Global WA, 2016 MGA Leadership Award, 2019 Region 10 Humanitarian Activities Outstanding Volunteer Award. Apart from my core best paper award of my research, these are the awards that I have received for um, doing the technical activities for the community, for fostering the research and innovation for the community. And this is our Women in Engineering professional group that became the best one in the region 10 and became best one in the whole world. And another is our Women in Engineering student branch, PUET, where I am serving as a faculty advisor. That is also become best in the region 10 and best in the whole world. And that is an important message, that as a woman, we really need to achieve the competence by skill development only, by doing the high quality research and promoting research and innovation on emerging areas to support the sustainable development goals. And this is as a first female chair, I received this 25 years celebration banner of our section from the Region 10 director, Kukzin. And this is a great honor to receive this. And not only that, I have worked very hard for my section, and filed an application and win the 2018 IEEE MG Outstanding Large Section Award. We have designed and conducted more than 130 events in the category of technical research, innovation, entrepreneurial, and different ways. And this is a great satisfaction to receive the awards for my students, women in engineering, young professional, from Jose Mora, IEEE President of 2019, IEEE President 2020, Toshi Fukuda, Regent and Director Akinori, current Director Akinori, Professor, previous Director Kubzin, and the future Director Deepak Mathur. It's a great honor. Actually, that gives me doing lot of research work and lot of design different activities for others. And these are one of our engineering and medicine biology chapter became the best chapter in 2020. Only two chapters became the best. One is Latin America, another is Bangladesh. It's a great opportunity for our volunteers to work. And also our Power and Energy Society chapter, our students are getting a lot of funds from the Power and Energy Society. And our BUET Power and Energy Society student branch became the 27th rank in terms of activities in the whole Asia Pacific. This is the actually largest professional challenge I have received in my life. This is the Region 10 SIM flagship conference that covers different areas, including power and energy. And we received a huge submission, highest number of submission in the area of Power and Energy Society and PELS Society, Power Electronic Society. Okay, and we had more than 1,000 submission, and 446 papers were presented, 44 speakers, and many parallel tracks in 71 sessions. But important, we did it in the lockdown for timely dissemination of research of the people, of the researchers who really did with huge spirit. It's a really great thing that I could serve as a general chair of this challenging conference. And this is the first fully virtual Region 10 flagship conference in the Asia Pacific, and that acted as a role model for many conferences. And after that, I myself take the lead to organize virtual conference organizers panel, where we have discussed about challenges and possible solutions in a full virtual technical conference with respect to face to face. And it was really successful. Many audit researchers, many audit conference organizers joined it to know about it and to find the solution. So it was a great honor to interact with them, to talk about research and to talk about how we can disseminate research during this lockdown. So I want to thank you. I really wanted to give a feeling that what should be our direction to start research, and how should we start and select our project, how we will connect our research to the sustainable development goals, so that in the long run we can have more good publications, and those publications will be cited by others. As a typical example, I have selected one problem, that how from the power and audio data we can extract an ENF, electrical network frequency, that will act as a location stamp, and that can be verified using the power cybersecurity application for the grid. And then I showed some of that, how using my knowledge of industrial application society, signal processing, robotics and automation, engineering, medicine, biology, and power and energy society, how I have employed my work to reshape people around you, to create interest of research and innovation among the students, women in engineering, and young professionals. And I think if we continue doing this all together, we can change the world, because we are engineers. And it is a great honor to let you know that I am running as a Region 10 director elect candidate. This is the highest position in Asia Pacific. I'm the first person from this first women from Bangladesh, or we can say the east side of subcontinent who is running for this, and there are other three candidates also. Dr. Supabadi from Thailand, Dr. Norleza from Malaysia, and Dr. Lance Fang from Australia. But I really request you to visit www.celiashanaj.com to know about me, to know about my research, to know about my citations, to know about my accomplishment, and let me know how I can help you with my interdisciplinary research so that we can do collaboration, because now there is a lockdown and we have utilized technology to go beyond borders, and we are now doing cross border research, cross border networking. That is a very important thing. Thank you for inviting me from outside India. I don't consider India to be outside because it's only few minutes by plane. And also I have a deep-rooted connection. My maternal grandfather I was a lawyer in Kolkata, and also my husband's family still lives in Kolkata. So there are different aspects. So whenever I received this invitation, I felt so honored, and I felt to share my research with all of you. So what I want to mean that despite the limited opportunities, despite the limited resources, despite the limited computational facilities, I never stopped. I really find out opportunities, how we can have a computational facility, working with my other research collaborators staying in other countries, and how can I get data or database from my collaborators, and then I try to do high quality research and try to disseminate that information to all. I think I have served very well in the student branch chapters, in the section, in the women in engineering, for the young professionals, and for the other region, and for the global committees. I think with my research potential and with my technical achievement, which are very well documented, I'm ready to serve whole Asia Pacific, and I'm ready to listen to all of you, and I'm ready to collaborate all of you, and I'm determined to promote the researchers like you who are silently working very hard, and your recognition should be there, your voices should be heard there, and your research facilities should be increased. So these are the different areas where we can work together. So thank you once again, and thank you inviting me. Take care.
Thank you, madam. You have presented a lot of opportunities, research opportunities, and especially you have presented a lot of opportunities for women, which are very encouraging to look at. And madam, the research work that you have presented matches very closely with my research work in PhD, because my PhD is on application of neural network and signal processing for fault analysis in power systems. So, madam, thank you for such an
Good to
excellent
know. Good to
presentation.
know. Good to know. We have a huge scope of collaboration. We should do it actually.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, madam, for extending your hand to us. I would definitely collaborate, look forward towards the collaboration with you. And it has been a very fruitful session. And we have our controller of examination from our institute, Professor Amlan Chakraborty. I would request to share a few words for you, sir. Are you there? Hello, sir. Are you there? Okay. Maybe sir is presently not connected. Well, madam, as a token of appreciation from our side, I would like to share my screen. We are offering a certificate in the digital version, which will definitely mail to you.
Thank you.
Uh, uh, so I am presenting the screen just to
So,
have a glimpse of it.
so will I stop
Uh,
sharing?
yes, madam. Can you please?
Yes, I have stopped presenting.
Madam, please wait for a while till it comes.
Thanks to your NIT, your faculty members who really did it, and especially to you.
Thank you, madam. Has it come?
Yes, yes. Very
Okay,
nice.
madam. Thank you. We'll
Right.
send the same to you in mail as well as by post. And
You don't need to spend
actually,
that money, right?
okay.
What's the point of
No,
posting? If
no,
it is your
actually,
culture and norm, it's okay. You do. I would like to have.
okay, okay. Okay, madam. I will contact with you regarding other issues like how to send a certificate or whatever issues are there. I will contact you over
No
mail.
problem. No problem.
Okay,
So
madam.
thank you. So if you have any questions, and let us make
Yes,
a
madam.
group from your NIT, and we are so close. We are
Yes,
so
madam.
close. There is no way to reinvent the same wheel. So we should not
Okay,
start working from the scratch. Maybe if
okay.
we
Yes,
discuss
madam.
together, I can know about many research areas where you are working, and I can take the advantage of your knowledge. And also, there are many areas where maybe I am working, and that is slightly related to you and your PhD students. And if we can actually collaborate in that way, number of areas where I am working, where we are working, will be increased. Our scope will be increased.
Yes,
So
madam.
that we should, and you see that when my student and your student will work, it will online,
Hmm.
and it will give a different feelings, and it will give a different broadness of the scope of the research, which is very important actually.
Exactly, exactly,
Okay,
madam. That's a
otherwise,
very good
yes, otherwise,
opportunity.
we are working so hard, but
Yes,
we have to go beyond. We have to be a senior member of IEEE, like you are a senior member of IEEE, so far I
yes, yes,
understand. But
yes,
we have to target for becoming a fellow of
yes,
IEEE, like that. So
madam.
we have to really broaden our horizon. So
Yes,
that's my
madam.
motivation actually. Thank
Yes,
you.
okay. Madam, let me see if there are any questions. Kamalika, madam, yeah, are there any questions by the
Madam,
participants?
one question is there. Just
Yes.
what are the future aspects in research domain?
Okay. I already told you, it is a very general question, but still,
Hmm.
I would love to do it. Huh? So it is an area of deep learning. In every area, they are applying deep learning techniques. So although I presented the machine learning techniques, but I have shown you the potential of applying the deep learning for this location identification. So if you can know about the deep learning, no matter which area you are working, you can apply that deep learning techniques, and you can have a very good scope of getting good results, and at the same time you will be in line with the emerging technology, and you have a high possibility of securing funds for your research proposals. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
madam.
madam. Okay, are there any questions from the faculty? And
No, no.
yeah,
Madam, I have one question.
yes,
Uh,
sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir. And please share a few words for our
good
dignitaries.
morning, madam. Very nice presentation. I am very charmed of your lectures that delivered by you. So, one simple question, madam. What is the source of energy generation in North America so that the pulsation of EMF is very low? That you have marked in your lecture.
Yes, actually, because it depends on their power generation system, and they are the control mechanism they are using in their supply side. So actually, I know about Hydro-Quebec because I was in Montreal, Canada. So actually, because of the control system they are using for the generation, maybe that's why that grid is providing less randomness. And since it is giving less randomness, so you can apply more machine learning technique to identify it more easily and with more accuracy.
So it depends on the control mechanism that they are using in the Hydro-Quebec or other power generation company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you
Is
for
there
asking.
any other question, madam and Kamalika madam? And um, is Omlan sir there? Sir, would you like to share a few words or questions? I don't think he's connected.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, okay, madam.
Okay,
So
take care.
it had been an excellent opportunity for all of us to come in contact with you because
Okay.
contact is very important.
Yes,
Social
yes.
contact, as well
Okay.
at the same time maintaining the distance. These two
Yes.
are very important.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
travel cost and other things. But one thing I also tell, if you are still not IEEE member,
Yes.
so try to become it, because after 15th August we are getting half yearly fee. Like for graduate student, new graduate student, it is $13.5, and for new
Okay.
professional member it is around 39 US dollar. But after 15th August the fee will be doubled, regular fee, that
Okay.
means now we are getting 50% benefit. So convey this
Okay.
message to your graduate students so then they can become members before 15th August, which is very important for
Yes,
our
madam.
research
Hmm.
community to get the IEEE transaction and other access and other competitions and other support funds. The more we make delay, the more we'll be deprived of getting those opportunities. And it is our
Yes.
time to grab those opportunities. Thank you. Please convey this to your students
Right,
and
madam.
to
Okay.
your young faculty member.
Okay. Okay, madam. So
So take
goodbye.
care. Take care. Goodbye.
Okay,
Nice,
madam.
nice
Take care.
meeting with you. Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Stay
you.
safe, madam. Okay.
Yes. Stay safe.
I would request all the participants to remain logged in. Till our next speaker arrives. The next session will start in a short while. Okay, so please remain logged in to the session. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, you were just on time. The previous session just ended.
Okay. So you
Okay.
need a break in between, or I would start
No, sir.
immediately?
We'll start. Uh, just 2 to 3 minutes before again the streaming starts in the YouTube. I think so. I'll just make
Okay.
confirm that
Okay.
whether the streaming is on or not. I'll just
Okay.
confirm that. Hello, or Orkendu, who is streaming now? Hello, Orkendu. Shall I begin?
Madam, we are good to go. You can begin now.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Paulo. Okay. So
Okay.
let me take the opportunity to all the participants to make a brief introduction of our next distinguished speaker, Professor Obhinandan De. And he has graduated in electrical engineering from Jadavpur University in 1996, received a master's degree in electrical engineering with specialization in high voltage engineering in 1999, and he was a rank holder in both of them. He received the PhD degree from Jadavpur University as well in 2003. So Professor Day has more than 17 years of undergraduate and postgraduate teaching and research experience in State University and centrally funded technical institute. He also has 5 years of experience of working in industry. He has authored 3 textbooks and 3 more book chapters published by reputed international publishing houses. He has active research interest in power system operation, monitoring and control, power system transients, power system stability and security, high voltage engineering, insulation coordination, condition monitoring and fault diagnosis, pattern recognition, and machine learning. He has guided around 6 PhD research scholars and presently guiding 4 more PhD scholars. He has more than 100 research publications in international and national journals, including IEEE Transaction, IET, and Elsevier. He has been awarded the Best Paper Award thrice. He has delivered keynote addresses and invited lectures in more than 30 national and international conferences, workshops, and training programs. In 2016, he was invited to deliver a lecture on applications of ANN in power systems at the Environment and Sustainability Institute, University of Exeter, Penryn campus, UK. He was successfully completed 3 numbers of government-sponsored research projects, and he has also rendered expert services in number of consultancy projects. He is presently professor, yes, associate professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, AICTE Shivpur. So, with this, I would now request Professor De to start his session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Navamita. Thanks for introducing me. And also thank you for organizing such a beautiful webinar on such a relevant topic, even during this pandemic situation. So, so with your permission, should I go ahead with the presentation?
Yes, sir. Now the session is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So, good morning, participants. So, let me start.
All the participants are in the YouTube. Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, in fact, I was looking at the schedule, the program schedule, and in fact, I found that there are more number of talks on the IoT, the embedded systems, the application of machine learnings, classification, all that. But somehow found that the main theme, which is the distributed generation, that has actually been less focused, right? So I decided that apart from focusing on those aspects of IoT and embedded system applications, the application of machine learning, etc., let me focus more on the basics. That means starting with what is distributed generation, why we need a distributed generation, then how the renewable energy integration has augmented the distributed generation capacity. And then the most important issue is that how this renewable integration, particularly the very large scale renewable integration, that has brought new challenges in the domain, and how this has affected our traditional electrical power grids, and how we cope up with these issues, and how we take up the challenge. So my today's presentation will be more focused on the basics rather than focusing on any particular application. Although I love to work on this field, and in fact my one of my research domain is the application of AI and machine learning in the field of power system. But today's lecture would be a little bit different. It will be focused more on the basics. Right? And I assume that there may be some non-electrical participants as well. So this presentation keeps in mind about the non-electrical participants as well. So I will try to be as simple and go to the basics as much as practical. So with these forewords, let me start my today's presentation. Naumita, can you please tell me that whether I am able to share the screen?
Sir, not yet, but have you gone to present now?
Yeah, I have gone to present now, but somehow
You need to present now, and you need to look for the window or the screen where your PPT is there. You can either share the screen or the window. There will be
but
two
in
options.
fact, somehow the share screen, I mean, the share option is disabled. I don't know why.
Should not be. Because in Google Meet, the present now is available, is perhaps not visible.
But the share option is probably disabled. I'm not able to share.
Oh, sir, let me give a while. Let me check.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, actually, I'm trying to contact who is the session coordinator here, or can do.
Yes, madam. Yes.
I mean, is the sharing disabled by somehow? I mean, is it possible? I have not made any change in settings.
Just a minute.
Can you please check?
No, madam. There is present option is enabled from my screen.
It's enabled.
What is happening is I'm pressing the present now button.
Yes.
Okay.
Now it is showing three options. One is your entire screen, window, and a Chrome tab. Right now I'm going to either entire screen or a new window. But in both the options, I find that the share button is disabled.
Why is it disabled?
Yeah, this is the strange thing happening. I didn't notice any that earlier.
Sir,
Should I try logging in from a different device? I can do it from my mobile also.
Or can do, are you finding the button disabled in your screen? What are you finding?
All the buttons are yes.
Sir, I would request you to please open any other tab on your laptop, then apply the share option.
Yeah, in fact, the tab is already opened. Okay. I have two more tabs open, but the whole share button is disabled. I cannot click on the share button.
Present now button, sir, is saying disabled.
No, the present now button is enabled, but after pressing the present now button, then I have the option to share a window or a tab or the entire screen. I go there and then find the share button is disabled.
All the three buttons are disabled, sir.
Yeah, no, those buttons are enabled. But after pressing that, the share button is disabled.
Okay.
Sir,
no, sir. You select the particular screen.
Yes, sir. You select the window or screen, then the share button will be enabled.
Your entire
You
screen,
make a
right?
selection. No,
Right.
either the window or the screen. You make a selection, then the share button will be enabled.
Yeah, I am doing that, but still it is disabled.
Still visible. So have you gone to the window, sir?
Yeah, I'm opening the window option, the tab option, as well as entire screen option. In all the three options, share option is disabled.
So as I'm clicking any window, then only the share button is getting enabled. Otherwise, it is inactive. What I'm finding from my end. What is the other option, Pallav? Can you help, sir? What can be other
I'll tell
option?
you.
Madam, first you have to select the screen that you want to share. Then only the share button will be enabled. That is the only option available here.
Yes, that I told, sir.
But just give me a second. I'm trying to log in from a different device.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Just a second. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So, am I audible now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes,
You
yes,
are
sir.
audible.
Just let me try whether I can share. So, can you see my screen now?
I think it will come, sir. Is the share button has been enabled now,
Yeah.
right now? Okay.
Just 1 second.
Yes, yes, yes. It is coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's coming. It's coming.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
fine, sir.
Okay. Okay. Fine.
Okay, 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 sir.
Okay. So, sorry for the technical glitch.
Yes.
Okay. So, the today's presentation would be on this particular topic, which is alleviating the power system security challenges under large-scale RE-based DG integration. Now, the issue is that we know that the traditional power system has gone through a transformational change in the recent years. Now, by the term transformational change, I mean that traditionally we had you can say the vertically integrated system in which we had a centralized generation, and this centralized generation was mostly in the form of the fossil fuel based generation. That means mainly the coal based generation. And we also had some hydro generation. In India, we have a lot of hydro generation available. But again, these generations, the traditional system of generation, were mostly the centralized generation. And from this centralized generation, we used to carry the power over a very long distance using our transmission infrastructure. And then we used to distribute the power to the load centers with the help of our distribution substations. So these kind of a system where you have three different entities, starting with the centralized generation, then the transmission, and finally the distribution. This is known as a vertically integrated system. Now, over the last 10 years or slightly more than that, this traditional structure has gone through some changes. And now instead of having a centralized concept of generation, we have localized generation, which is also known as the distributed generation or the DG. Now, why we have the distributed generation? What is the need of having the distributed generation? Now, there are many reasons to go for a distributed generation. If I focus on some of the advantages of distributed generation, is first of all, you don't require the power to be transmitted over a very long distance. So that is a big advantage, because when we transmit the power, we have the transmission losses. Also, the transmission network is subject to disturbances. It may be subject to failure, right? It may be subject to outages from time to time due to different reasons, and this may cause an interruption of the power supply. Now, if you have generation at the local level, then you immediately have the advantage. And the big advantage is that you don't need to carry the power over a long distance. Secondly, these distributed generations nowadays are mostly dependent on renewable energies. Means we can have the solar generation, we can have the wind generation, we have biomass, biogas, this sort of generation, which are known as the renewable sources of generation. Now, these are actually available in a scattered manner throughout the country. And if you just consider of such a vast geographical location of India, then having centralized generation at some specific locations is not a very good idea, at least from the economic point of view. Rather, if you have distributed generations locally available, then probably you can integrate them more easily for the benefit of the consumers. Then the other important issue is that the large grid or the traditional power grid is now becoming so large and so intricate that it has really become a problem to manage them. Right? So managing large electrical grids have become a challenging issue nowadays. So instead of having a large grid, if we can create the mini and micro grids, comprising of localized generation, and these grids might be self-sufficient in nature, they might be self-sustainable in nature, then we can have a lot of advantage. So with this idea, over the last decade, we have found that the concept of microgrid and mini grid has become very, very popular. Now the question comes, when it comes to the large-scale integration of renewable resources. Now, what are those issues? I will come to gradually. So let us first see that what is meant by the term renewable energy integration, and what is the necessity of having a renewable energy integration in the existing grid. So these are some of the things probably all of you know already. So I just want to go through them, that as a part of the efforts to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, you know that the greenhouse gas emission is a challenge nowadays. It's a critical issue. So renewable energy, fortunately, is free from this greenhouse gas emission because they are coming from the sources like the solar radiation or the wind, which are virtually any kind of emission free. So that gives specific advantage. Now, you know that the government of India has a very ambitious plan, and that plan goes to adding 100 gigawatts of solar and at least 60 gigawatts of wind generation over the next 2 years, that is 2021 and 22. And this includes setting up of 34 solar parks in various locations of the country, and also capacity of at least 500 megawatt which is a pretty high capacity if you consider the renewable generation. We have large coal thermal power stations which can run up to gigawatts capacity, but considering a renewable generation, a capacity of 500 megawatt is remarkable. So now with the increasing price of the coal, the gas and the oil prices in India, and the frequent price fluctuation, and that is another issue. You have seen that the price of these fossil fuels, they are gradually on an uptrend. In fact, because the sources are gradually depleting, there is a chance that over the next few years or over the decades, the price of these fossil fuels will now reach the new highs. So that makes the renewable integration a very good viable option, or you can say it's a good viable alternative. Now, if you look at the options that how you can integrate the renewable energy to the existing grid, then there are large-scale renewable energy integration, such as wind and solar power, and hundreds of thousands of megawatts can be added. And on the other hand, you can also have small to medium-sized generation, which can be integrated at the distribution levels. Now, this particular presentation will be mostly focused on the addition of distributed generation locally. That means in the capacity of 15 to 10 megawatt capacity, and which is particularly known as the distributed generation. Now let us come to the key operational issues. So we have seen that the renewable integration has a lot of advantages, but there are also some technical challenges associated with this. So let us come to the issues first. So why large-scale renewable energy integration is challenging? So we need to understand that what are the issues. So wind and solar energy offer environmental benefits, and they also offer energy sustainability. That's a good thing. However, the wind and solar generation vary with the wind speed and also with the direction of wind and atmospheric temperature and solar insolation. So that is a major problem with this renewable generation. We call it that this kind of non-conventional generation, or you can say the renewable generations, they sometimes face a problem which is known as the problem of intermittency and the problem of variability. So unlike the fossil fuel-based generation, where you can have a steady generation throughout the day or throughout the week or say throughout the month, you don't have the same kind of advantage in case of renewable energy integration. As you know that the solar generation, it changes with the solar insolation, and you do not have an uniform amount of insolation throughout the day. In fact, if it is a cloudy day, you have less amount of solar radiation, right? And at night, you don't have the sunlight at all. So you cannot have solar generation at night. If you come to the wind generation, again you find that the wind generation depends on the velocity and availability of wind speed. Now the wind speed is also variable, right? Sometimes you may have good speed, sometimes the speed may be below the threshold level, and sometimes the speed can even be higher than the threshold level. And in both cases, whether it is below the threshold or above the threshold, in that case, you need to shut down your wind turbines, right? Because it's very risky to run the turbines if the wind speed is above the threshold level, and if the speed falls below a certain threshold level, in that case, you cannot run the turbine at all. So we see that these kind of solar and wind generation, they are very much variable in nature. They are intermittent in nature. Now, the issue is that our traditional power systems, our monitoring system, the control of the power networks have so far been designed keeping in mind that we will have more or less a steady generation. But what happens when the generation fluctuates with time and you have a large amount of variability? I just give you an example that why we consider the variability a big challenge. If you just remember that only a few months back in our country, in fact, the Prime Minister had declared that on a particular day, we will have all the lights, during the evening time for a particular duration of period will be kept off throughout the country, right? Just to pay a tribute to the doctors. Now, when he said that, when he announced that, probably the issue which is associated with this was not, being analyzed, and it was not immediately, apparent that what technical challenges, they lie ahead due to this decision. So later it was found that this might bring a new challenge for the electrical power grids. Now, why it is so? The thing is that if you suddenly put all your lighting loads off the grid, and you know that during the evening period, the lighting load that actually forms a significant part of the overall power demand. Particularly when we are going through a lockdown period, you know that the industrial demand is already very low, right? And because the industrial demand is low, you also don't have the traction power load, right? Because our train services are out of track right now. So the most of the loads and even the commercial establishments are also not operating to the full capacity. So the loads are predominantly the domestic in nature. Now, if you just keep the lights off during the evening period, and if this happens throughout the country, there will be a tremendous drop of demand of power. And no traditional power system, no traditional electrical grids is capable of handling such a rapid drop in power demand over a very short period of time. So this becomes a very challenging problem. And the same thing happens when the demand is restored. Suppose now, after this period is over, the lighting loads are being switched on throughout the country. That causes a huge ramp up of generation. So on one hand, you have a ramp down of generation, and then you have a rapid ramp up of the power demand. So both this ramp down and ramp up together can be very much a problem for the existing grid, because our generation capacity cannot be changed over a very short period of time. In fact, those who are from electrical background, they should be knowing that ramping of generation takes time, particularly if it is a coal-fired generation, right? Because we know that the coal-based generators or the coal-based power plants, these are commonly termed as the base power plant or the base load power plants. Why so? Because their generation is mostly considered as a steady generation. They can only supply a steady load demand, and that's why they're used to supply a steady load, which is known as the base load. Now, if the demand suddenly triggers, or if the demand starts increasing, then to cope up with the increasing demand, we have a mix of thermal and hydel generation. Now, the advantage of the hydel generation is that the hydel generation can be ramped up within a very short period of time, right? Because it is run by the water turbines, and normally the water is available, right? So if you simply open the valve of the governor of the turbines, then immediately you can allow more water to the rush into the system, and more water flow augments the generation, and you can immediately ramp up your generation. So we need a very judicious mixture of thermal and hydel generation, which makes it possible that we can increase our generation capacity in the event of increasing load demand. But again, that also has a limitation, right? We cannot increase the generation beyond some value. So when you have a rapid change in the system, this can create a problem. In fact, in our case, this problem was handled very well by the electrical power utilities in India and the electrical power grid, by taking multiple measures. One of these measures was to have a huge amount of hydel stock, right? In fact, all the hydel power plants were asked to reserve their water capacity, right, to have a good reserve of water, and they kept it in reserve condition. And during this sudden ramp up of generation period, they actually, they ramped up the hydel generation, at a very rapid rate, and that's how the increasing load demand was, actually being taken care of. But the thing is that this can be done only for a short duration of time or with some, pre-planning. But can it be done on a repeated basis? Can it be done on a day-to-day basis? That's really difficult. And that's exactly what you need if you have a large scale of renewable energy integration into the existing grid. So somehow you need to take care of these issues. Now, apart from that, we also have the other challenges like the very high integration cost, the frequency response, the system stability, and system balancing. So these are other issues which are also needs to be taken care of if you are going for a very large scale, the renewable energy integration. Now, these are some of the illustrations which shows that how this renewable generation varies with time. So as you can see that the left-hand side figure, which I'm showing here, this shows that this is basically corresponding to the, this is for the thermal generation in India at some specific locations. And this graph, the x-axis basically shows the time of the day. And you can see that basically the, this one is for the wind generation. And you can see that the wind speed keeps varying. And accordingly, the wind generation also keeps changing throughout the day. If you come to the bottom right figure, then you find that this one corresponds to the solar generation. And as you can expect, that the solar generation is mostly limited to the day period. So typically the period is from say 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. period. And during the midday period, that is around say 12 o'clock, 1 p.m., you have the solar radiation at its peak. So you have the maximum solar generation at this time of the day. And at night, you have practically no generation. So these diagrams are basically just an illustrative diagram that to show that how these renewable generation are variable in nature and how intermittent are they. So we have already covered these issues that why this RES integration in large scale is challenging. So as I said that these traditional power grid, they run on, you can say that it's a concept which is known as the demand response concept. So what is that demand response concept? That basically it considers that the generation can be matched with the demand from the load side, right? That's what is known as the demand response. So if I just elaborate further in this particular issue, the thing is that we can assume that the load is variable, right? In fact, you can consider that the load can change at any point of time. And your generation should be such that it should always follow the consumer's load demand. And we call it the demand response. So our generation pattern should always adapt the changing load demand pattern. And that is known as the demand response. Now, if you want to have a demand response, which is typically the case with a traditional power grid, you need to have a huge amount of the power or huge amount of generation in reserve, because the load can change at any point of the day. And if you want to match the load demand, then you need to have sufficient amount of reserve. Now, as I have said, that in case of traditional power generation, This is mostly been taken care of with the help of hydel generation. But can you expect the same thing in case of renewable generation? Unfortunately, the answer is no, right? Why the answer is no? Because you know that the renewable generation cannot be ramped up or ramped down according to our will, and also these resources are inherently intermittent in nature. So that means their generation varies over the different time period of the day. So you cannot expect that with a variable generation or an intermittent generation, you can always match the load demand. So this is one big challenge. The other big issue is that traditionally our system has been based on the synchronized concept of generation. Now, those who are from the electrical background, they know very well that our traditional power generations are based on synchronous generators. So if you have a large country like India, and if you have a large power grid, then you know that the whole grid runs in a synchronized manner. So your generator may be based in West Bengal, your generator may be based in Maharashtra, it could be based in, say, Himachal Pradesh. So irrespective of the geographical location of the generation plant, all these synchronous generators, they are always running in a synchronized manner. So when we talk about synchronized manner, we basically mean that the rotors of all these generators, they are always tied up, you can say, with the help of an invisible or a hypothetical, a synchronous tie. So they cannot run at any other frequency than the system decided frequency. And in our country, that particular frequency is a 50 hertz frequency. That is our standard frequency. In the US, you know that the standard frequency is 60 hertz. So whatever generators we have, whether it is located here or there, they all need to run in a synchronized manner, and all of them generate power at 50 hertz capacity. Now, when we talk about the renewable generation, they do not employ synchronous generators. Rather, they use a completely different technology. So we'll come to that later on. So now the issue is that when you have this kind of generators, which are not the traditional synchronized way of generation, you have the challenge that you need to understand that how these kind of generation, they differ from the traditional synchronous generators, how their response pattern differs, and how to integrate these generators with the existing system. So let us talk a little bit about the characteristic of these renewable energy sources. So the RES offer the high volatile and intermittent in nature, and they do not have the dispatchable, they are not dispatchable generation. So now they use the power electronics based converters. Say, for example, they can use an inverter system to integrate their power with the existing electrical grid. The thing is that most of these renewable generators, they basically produce DC power. Whether it is a solar cell, when we are using a solar thermal generation, whether it is a wind generation, you basically have a DC interface. Now, to connect this power or to feed this power to the existing grid, you require some kind of an interfacing between the main grid and your renewable generation. And this interface is in the form of an inverter system. So let us come to that with further details. So if you compare the characteristic of a synchronous generator versus the characteristic of the inverter characteristic, then immediately what you see that one big difference, which is normally known as, is the difference in the inertia of the two systems. So when we talk about the inertia, we basically talk about the electrical inertia. Although basically the concept comes from the traditional mechanical inertia. So let us now try to elaborate on this topic a little bit. So why the traditional grid system is said to have a very large inertia. The reason is that, that the traditional system is based on, as I have said, on the synchronous generators. And you know that these synchronous generators, they have rotors which have huge masses, right? If you have physically seen the synchronous generators in an electrical power plant, they are basically massive, right? They have basically, thousands of kilograms of weight, tons of weight, and they run at very high speed. For example, if you go to, say, a thermal power station where you have the steam turbine driven alternators, they run at a speed of 3000 RPM or rotations per minute. So when such a huge mass, huge rotor mass runs at such a huge speed, such a high speed of 3000 RPM, you can immediately think of that what enormous amount of inertia, or you can say the moment of inertia, such a rotating mass system will have. In fact, you know that the mechanical inertia is calculated as half j omega squared, where j is known as the moment of inertia. So both j as well as omega is very, very large for a synchronous generator. You can somehow consider this to a system of flywheel, right? You have heard the term flywheel, and you know that the flywheel, they can store a huge amount of energy, right? Because when they run at a very high speed, and also the flywheels have a huge mass, so they can store a great amount of energy. And the advantage of having this great amount of energy storage is that basically that when required, this energy can be released. So suppose a synchronous generator, when it is running at a steady speed, just like a flywheel, the rotor mass of the synchronous generator can actually store a huge amount of energy. Now suppose, due to some reason, there is a tendency for the system frequency to slightly drop down, to slightly fall. So as the system frequency falls, the immediate result is that the rotor of the synchronous generators will also try to run at a lower speed. That means the speed of rotation of the generators will also have a tendency to drop. Now, will they really drop? That depends on how much energy is actually stored into the rotating system. So if the stored energy is sufficient, then during this fluctuation of power, the additional energy can be supplied from the stored energy of the system. In fact, the electrical system can be called, it's a very intricate system where some kind of a power balance situation is always exist. So by the term power balance, I mean that whatever is the amount of your generation, it should always match the amount of load power demand, right? So this kind of a match always exists in the system as long as the system is in an equilibrium condition and running in a steady state manner. So on one side you have the generation, and on one side you have the load demand. And in a normal circumstances, there is an exact power balance between the demand and the generation. And when this kind of situation exists, we say that the system is in an equilibrium state where the rotor of the synchronous generator will continue to rotate at a steady speed, which may be, say, 3000 RPM in our case, and the system will run at a steady condition. Now, what happens when there is a disturbance? The disturbance can come from any form. Like, say, it could be, as I have given the earlier example, there could be a massive fluctuation in the load demand. The load can either increase or the load can decrease, and it can happen very rapidly. So this can be treated as a disturbance. And when you have a disturbance like this, immediately there is a situation where you have a mismatch between the power generation and the load demand. So what is the result? The result is that the immediate effect will be on this power balance situation. And when there is a mismatch or when there is an unbalance, where from the excess power will come? Because the load is demanding more power, but your generation has not been ramped up. So when the generation has been not ramped up, but the load demand has suddenly gone up, then where from that additional load will be supplied? So that additional load will automatically come from the stored energy of the system. So as I have said, that the rotor of the synchronous generator has the power reserve, right? It has already stored a huge amount of power. And in the event of a sudden mismatch of power, the additional power will be supplied from the stored energy of the rotating system. So what will be the result? The result will be that the power balance will be restored, although there will be a case that if it goes on for a long period of time, suppose if the demand is high and the generation is low, then the stored energy keeps on supplying the additional load, and the result is that there is a gradual depletion of the stored energy. And when there is a gradual depletion of the stored energy, the effect is that the half j omega square, the stored energy, starts decreasing, and its impact will be felt in the rotational speed, because among the j and omega, the j part cannot change. So the only thing that can change when half j omega square changes is basically the omega, or the rotational velocity of the rotor. So omega changes, and as the omega changes, you have a change in the running frequency of the generator. So if this continues, then the generation frequency will differ from the grid frequency. And as a result, the system protection action will now kick up and it will detach the generator from the system. So that will have a devastating effect on the grid. So this cannot continue for a very long period of time. You need to ramp up your generation, and you must match your generation with a new load demand. But anyway, for a short period of time, the system is auto-adjustable. That means whenever you have a mismatch of demand and load, the stored energy of the system will try to make, or it will try to restore the equilibrium. Now the question is, does it happen, or can you expect the same thing to happen in case of renewable generation or a distributed generation? Now, unfortunately, the answer is no. Why the answer is no? The reason is that these renewable generators, they mostly employ the inverters instead of using synchronous generators to convert their generation into 50 hertz sinusoidal three-phase AC supply and integrate this power to the grid. So because they don't use synchronous generators and they don't have a power reserve capacity, they are called low inertia system, right? So the issue is that most of our renewable based generation, or you can say any kind of non-conventional generators, they don't have the same amount of inherent inertia which the traditional synchronous generator based grids have. And the immediate effect is that when this low inertia system is being integrated with an existing grid, the problem is that they cannot take the challenge of mismatch of generation and demand. And as a result, in case of any kind of variation in the demand, these generators simply fail. So a remedy to this has to be sought out, and you require some kind of a remedial measure. And one good idea is to have some kind of a synthetic inertia. So just like the synchronous generators have an inherent inertia, this kind of renewable based generators, they are now being, they are given some kind of a synthetic inertia, or you can say that simulated inertia, so that they can match the characteristic of large synchronous generators. And this way, we can somehow tackle the problem. So let me come into further details of that. Okay, so now we come to a very different topic, which is known as the transient stability issue. Now, let me just try to give you a broad idea that what is a transient stability issue, because that is a very challenging issue in the electrical power grids. Now, for the electrical people, this might be a known topic, but I focus most on the non-electrical people for whom the issue of stability or the transient stability, they may not be very conversant with that. So let me try to give them an overall idea in a very lucid manner, right? I'll not go into much of the technical details. Rather, I will focus on the basics. So what is transient stability? So as I have already discussed, that our synchronous generators, they are tied up with the existing system with a synchronous tie. That means no generators are allowed to run in an asynchronous manner. So if they want to generate the power, they have to remain synchronized with the grid, and they have to produce the power at the same frequency as that of the grid frequency. So in case, say, one generator fails to produce power at the same frequency as the grid frequency, then we say that this generator needs to be taken out of the system. It has to be disconnected from the system. So if this generator continues to operate, then we have a problem of instability. So transient instability, if I just tell in a very, I would say that in a simple term, then you can say that the issue of transient stability is called basically the lack of synchronization or lack of ability of the system to remain in a synchronized manner. So you can say that a transiently unstable situation can be considered as a situation where you can actually have a condition where you might actually have a situation where the generators fail to remain synchronized with the rest of the systems. Now, if there is one generator which has gone out of synchronization, it can be simply disconnected from the grid. But if it happens to a large number of generators, then what happens? You are actually in a trouble, right? Because if large number of generators are out of synchronization, you basically have shortage of generation. And if you have shortage of generation, then basically the system frequency will immediately be impacted. The system frequency will try to go down, and the whole system will be at risk. So we see from this overall discussion that large-scale integration of renewable power plants introduce a new set of challenges and escalated the concerns of power system security. So we will come to the term power system security in further details. So the whole discussion that has taken place over the last half an hour is should have given you some broad idea that what is meant by the term the transient stability, and why the large-scale grid integration of renewable energy resources bring new kind of challenges to the existing power grid. So with this idea, let us now see that what is meant by the term power system security. So as you can see from this list of operating states of the power system, that basically the power system can operate in any one of these of these states, which is known as the normal state of operation, which is the most desirable state of operation. But apart from the normal state, a system can go into any one of these states, that is the state B, C, D, and E, which are the alert state, the emergency state, the in extremis state, and the restorative state, right? So I'm not going to explain all these states in details at this stage because they will automatically come during the phase of discussion. So now, let me just keep off some of these slides because I need to cover up the thing. So let us see that what is meant by security assessment. So what is meant by the term security assessment is that you need to assess that whether your system is running securely. Now, as I have said, that the lack of synchronism is a big challenge for the power system. So a system might lose synchronization due to a sudden disturbance. And therefore, you need a constant monitoring that whether the system is running in a secure condition or whether there exists any chance of a future insecurity. So security assessment therefore plays a very important role in system operation. Now, the security assessment basically involves these three typical stages. One is known as the security monitoring. The second phase is known as the security analysis. And the third phase is known as the security margin determination. So I'm not going into much details of this because this might be a little bit difficult for the non-electrical people to cope up with. So let me just give you some broad idea that the power system security assessment, they can be broadly classified into two types of assessment. One is known as the static security assessment, and the second type of assessment is known as the dynamic security assessment. So let me just give you some broad idea that what is a static security assessment. So static security assessment checks the availability of the ability of the power system after being subjected to a disturbance to reach a steady state operating condition without violating the system constraints. What are the system constraints? The system constraints are that no transmission line or other devices should be overloaded. And the second constraint is that the bus voltages must be within an acceptable band of plus minus 5% deviation from the normal band. Okay, so let me just elaborate a little on this. So the main focus of the static security assessment is that whether in a steady state condition, the system is running securely. So what is the term of analyzing what is meant by that analyzing that the system is running securely in the steady state? That it basically has to meet two criteria. One is that there should not be any kind of limit violation. So what is that limit violation? The limit violation basically means that all our power equipment, say for example, it could be a synchronous generator, it could be a transmission line, they basically have certain capacity limits. And if you exceed this capacity limit over a very long period of time, then it can cause some problem, right? So you should ensure that you don't violate these limits. The second is that you need to maintain acceptable voltage limits because our IS standard specification, it says that, and even the international standards also specify the same thing, that under no circumstances, the voltage at the consumer terminal should deviate beyond plus minus 5% of the declared voltage level, right? So this is a typical, very critical issue that you must, as a power utility, you must maintain these issues, right? These challenges, and therefore you need a constant assessment whether these static security conditions, they are being maintained. Now we come to the second input, which is known as a dynamic security analysis. Now, dynamic security analysis is somewhat different. Why it is different? Because it takes into consideration the dynamic behavior of the system. Now, let me just explain that what is meant by the term dynamic behavior of the system, that what we have seen in case of a static security assessment is that you are only happy with the analysis or with the assessment that your system is running in a good condition under steady state, right? But your analysis doesn't focus on what will happen in the system if sudden disturbance takes place. Because a power system will not run in a steady state condition all the time. There might be eventualities, there might be conditions where a sudden disturbance can take place. By the term sudden disturbance, I again go back to the same example that there may be sudden load fluctuations. You also know that in a power system, there are often the chances of electrical faults. So an electrical fault also causes a sudden disturbance in the system, right? So that is again another possibility. So whatever be the cause, if there is a disturbance, then the whole behavior of the system suddenly goes through a dynamic change. So far, we were only talking about the steady state behavior of the system. But if there is a sudden change, if there is a sudden disturbance, then the behavior of the system goes through a dynamic change, right? And by the term dynamic change, we want to mean that the change takes place over a period of time on a continuous basis, right? So when there is a dynamic change in the system, say for example, the characteristic of a synchronous generator can change dynamically. Its power output can change with time, right? Its voltage output can change with time. So these are some of the dynamic behavior of the synchronous generator. So if there is a disturbance, the behavior of the generator can change dynamically. So you need to ensure that when the behavioral nature of the system is changing with respect to time, that simple steady state analysis of the system security or stability is not going to be sufficient. Rather, your analysis, your study should be focused on the dynamic behavior of the system, that how it changes, when it changes, is the behavior going to be problematic? Can it create a long-term problem for the system? Will it cause any kind of instability in the system? So these are the kind of studies which are within the purview of dynamic security analysis. So now, as we have seen that any kind of power system disturbance can create a large security threat to the existing power system or the existing power grids, we now need to focus on that, how we can take up these challenges and how we can make our existing power grids more secure in operation. So we need to take up this challenge and we need to alleviate this challenge. So one good way to tackle this challenge is with the help of a new concept, which is known as the system protection scheme. So as your short-term training program has a focus on the monitoring and control of the distributed generation, now you can actually look at this from the angle that the system protection scheme, you can call it an integrated monitoring and control scheme that can actually handle all these issues. So you can say that it is basically an integrated approach. You can say that it's basically a holistic approach which can actually take care of all these operational issues of the existing power grids, particularly in the context of large-scale renewable energy integration into the existing grid. And this system protection scheme, or SPS, has its focus on the secure operation of the modern power system. So this has been designed. This is a new concept. This is a modern concept. This concept has already been in deployment in the foreign countries, in the Western world. In India also, we are gradually having an integrated system protection approach, right? So this is not just a theory, it is a practical, realistic way of tackling the power system security issues, particularly in the event of a large-scale disturbance, right? So let us see what is meant by the term system protection scheme. So you can say that the system protection, also known as the remedial action strategy. Now, I just want to make it clear to you that this system protection is very much different from what you have already learned in the power system protection. It's not the traditional power system protection. The traditional power system protection has its focus mainly on the unit protection. Unit protection basically means that protection of generators, protection of transmission lines, protection of the transformer. These are known as the unit-based protection or the unit protection, where your emphasis is on protecting a particular power equipment. But the system protection scheme, as the term system is included here, has the focus on the overall system, right? As I said, that it is basically an integrated approach. So if the approach is not on a particular, or the focus is not on a particular equipment, rather it is an integrated approach, right? Which refers to, you can say it is a collective approach to, which includes, among the other changing things, it also takes care of the security issues of the system, particularly the voltage insecurity and the transient stability issues. So system protection came up as a trade-off between the investment, operational cost, and the customer service quality. Today, in many parts of the world, SPS presents a viable planning alternative than physically extending the transmission system capability, and it is considered to be a useful tool to augment the power system's reliability. So this is basically one tool which can actually tremendously boost the reliability of the existing power system. So let me just skip some of the slides. I go to the basic block diagram of the system. Because I don't have much time. I have to wrap up within the next half an hour. So if you look at the general structure of the system protection scheme, you see that at the heart of the system, you have the power system, right, which you need to monitor or you need to control. Now, this system will constantly, it will monitor whether any kind of disturbance has actually taken place in the system. And if there is a disturbance in the system, it will immediately, it will trigger a set of actions, right? It will analyze the disturbance, it will assess the disturbance, it will now try to analyze whether this disturbance has the potential to cause any kind of future insecurity in the system. And as a result of that, it will immediately trigger off certain remedial actions. And it will take certain decision process, it will implement a certain set of decision process, and will try to assess that whether with these control actions, the system's security can be restored or not. So there are basically two types of SPS. One is known as the response-based SPS, and the other hand, the next one is known as the event-based SPS. Now, our focus will be mostly on the event-based SPS. So what is an event-based SPS? That it will trigger the control actions by directly detecting a particular combination of events. So if there is a disturbance or if there is a combination of disturbance, it will analyze the disturbance and it will immediately trigger a set of control actions. You can say some kind of a remedial measures, which will now try to restore the security or the stability of the system. So I'm again not going into the details of this slide because there are a lot of range of functionalities of the SPS. I'm not going to discuss all of them. We will try to be more focused on this particular issue. So the role of SPS in wide area monitoring, protection, and control. So nowadays, we have the concept of wide area monitoring of power system. So by the way, by the term, the WAMS, or the wide area monitoring system, you can say that this means that it is basically an integrated approach, right? It monitors several power system parameters, like it monitors the phase angle, it monitors the line loading, it monitors the voltage stability, monitors the power oscillations, frequency stability, and also a lot of other power system events. And this lies in the purview of the wide area monitoring. Now, why we call it the wide area monitoring? Because in a country like India, which has a very vast geographical span, the wide area monitoring is an essential aspect, right? Because your monitoring cannot be localized, right? You rather, if you have an integrated grid, the overall grid has to be monitored. And that's why we call it a wide area monitoring system. And nowadays, you may have heard a terminology which is known as the synchrophasor technology, or it is also known as the phasor measurement technology, or it is done with the help of synchrophasors or the phasor measurement units, which allow you to carry out synchronized measurement. That means it may be geographically different locations. Maybe say one location is in the eastern region, the another location may be in the western part of the country, but with the help of this synchronized measurement technique, you can make a synchronized measurement, right? That means there may be two very different geographical locations, but measurements or assessment of the power system parameters and variables of these two geographical locations will be carried out in a synchronized manner at the same point of time, right? So that comes under the purview of wide area monitoring scheme. So these are some of the diagrams showing the wide area monitoring system. So I'm not going into the details of these things again, because that will be very difficult for the non-electrical people to understand. So let me very quickly go into the state of SPS implementation in India. So this will give you some kind of an idea that how much this issue, this technique or this method has already been implemented in India. So broadly, you have seen that there are different types of SPS. For example, SPS related to tripping of circuit lines or the corridors. So these are basically related to tripping of transmission lines in the event of any kind of disturbance. Then there is a second set of SPS which is related to the safe evacuation of generation. There is also SPS related to the overloading of transformers, SPS related to the maintaining the transfer capability. So these are the different types of SPS which have already been implemented in India. So what are meant by these terms? I just give you some insight to this, that basically in India, the SPS has been implemented to monitor the different operational issues of the power system. And if you look at these terminologies, that whether a line has been overloaded or not, whether a transformer has been overloaded or not, whether a generator has been overloaded or not, whether a generator is in a synchronized operation or whether it has fall out of synchronization with the rest of the system, all these things are being monitored by the SPS. So again, these are some of the tables which will give you some idea about how much the SPS has penetrated in India, how they have been implemented in different parts of India. Now, this particular example gives you an insight to the SPS implementation in the Northeast India. So this is a part of the Northeast regional grid of India, where you can see that SPS has already been implemented. There are 4 number of SPS already in implementation. And this is again, not a very current data. This is somehow data of 2016. That means almost 4 years old data. And maybe that within this time, some more SPS implementation has taken place. So again, there are some more listing of SPS implementation in different parts of India. So I will have these presentation slides. So if you want to go through the details of the state of implementation of the SPS in different parts of India, you can obviously go through the slides. Now, look at this issue of, I just give you one example of real-time SPS, right? So the objective of a real-time SPS is to carry out the control actions to mitigate the effect of potential instability or to maintain the safety and security of the degradation of a power system. So recent advances in the dynamic security assessment, monitoring and communication and computing technologies have greatly facilitated the implementation of real-time SPS. So if we now want to go to the functional structure of a real-time SPS, because I will try to give you at least one example of how SPS can be implemented in real time to monitor the different the power system parameters or restoration of the power system parameters. So if you just go through this block diagram, you can now see that basically at the heart of the system, you have the SPS, right? And what this SPS does is that it actually takes into account a model of the power system, right? So it develops a computer-based model of a power system, and then it performs a lot of analysis. Some of the analyses are steady-state analysis. Some of the analysis are basically the dynamic analysis. And what are the results of this analysis? That from this analysis, it will assess whether the system might face a security challenge in the near future. So if it realizes that any kind of disturbance might cause a security issue in the future, then it will immediately think about, or it will take some decision regarding what kind of control actions can be taken so that the impending security challenge that can be taken care of and some remedial actions can be taken so that the system doesn't run into an insecure state, right? So that's how this scheme will actually operate. So now let me just skip some of these slides and I will focus on at least one implementation, which is basically the implementation of a real-time SPS, which is based on a particular technique which is known as the model predictive control. Now again, this is a terminology which might be familiar to the electrical people, may not be that familiar for the non-electrical people. So basically the model predictive control, who are from the control system background, you know that this actually lies in the domain of predictive control. And this model predictive control can be associated with a system protection scheme to restore the integrated operation of the power system, right? So let us see how this can actually operate. So I just straight away go into the implementation of part because we don't have much time available. So I just show you that how this can be implemented. So let me just show you the case. This diagram shows you the voltage scenario in a model system, right? So for a case study, let us focus on an IEEE 30 bus system, right? So we have, just as an example, taken an IEEE 30 bus system. So the IEEE 30 bus comprises of 30 buses. Some of these buses have the generators connected to them, and some of these buses are basically the load buses from where the different consumer loads have been supplied. Now, if you look at this diagram, it basically shows you that how the voltage at the different buses of the system normally look like under a steady state condition, right? So that's why the heading is static voltage scenario under the heavily loaded condition. So if you look at this diagram, you see that the voltages might be slightly on the higher side. In some buses, the voltages may be slightly on the lower side. But if you look as a whole, you find that the voltages are within the acceptable range. I've already specified the acceptable range earlier, that this acceptable range is 0.95 per unit to 1.05 per unit. That means within the plus minus 5% of the declared voltage level. So this is fine, right? No problem with this. So under steady state condition, all the voltages are within the acceptable range. Now, let us see what happens if we make a dynamic voltage analysis. So as I have said that the dynamic voltage analysis basically performs the analysis over a span of time, right? So when we say a span of time, you can see that this analysis has been carried out over a period of around, say, 50 seconds time period, right? Or you can say a few cycles of the 50 hertz system frequency voltage waveform. Now, if you look at the bus voltages, you can see that the bus voltages levels are slightly different for the different buses. They are not all the same. Some are nearly 1 per unit. Some are more than 1 per unit. Some are below 1 per unit. But what is interesting here is that if you carry out the analysis over a longer time frame, you find that the voltages are still, within the acceptable limit. They don't change with time. They remain steady. That's what you expect when you have a steady state condition, right? So when a steady state condition exists, all the system voltages, they will be in a steady state condition, right? So over the whole span of time, you can expect this. Now, suppose there is a disturbance in the system, right? So when we talk about the disturbance, let us assume that a three-phase fault has taken place, and the fault has taken place at an instant of time of t equal to 1 second, right? So we have assumed that the system was initially operating in a steady condition. Now, at t equal to 1 second, the system has immediately, it has encountered a three-phase fault. And let us see what happens when the fault occurs. Now look at the voltage scenario. The same voltage scenario which you had seen earlier, that the voltages at all the buses were steady with respect to time. Now you see the scenario is different. So what you see here, you see that the moment the fault has taken place, that is at 1 second time, there is immediately a glitch, right? The voltage has suddenly dropped to a very low value, right? Now, if the fault persists, then the voltage will actually be very, very low, right? Which is unacceptable. So you cannot allow the fault to persist, right? You cannot allow the electrical fault to continue for a very long duration of time. So you must have the system protection devices which will sense the fault. Say, for example, you may have, say, numerical relays. You can even have, say, electromagnetic relays, which will immediately sense the fault. And then it will send a trip signal to the circuit breaker. The circuit breaker poles will open and it will immediately clear the electrical faults. So the moment the electrical fault is being cleared, you see that the voltage jumps from the low value to the high value again. So there is a restoration of voltage. Now fine, but does it mean that the voltage will remain steady at all point of time? Now, not necessarily. That's what this graph depicts, that even if the fault is cleared and the voltage momentarily is being restored to the original value or close to the original value, it doesn't mean that the voltage will remain in a steady condition over a longer time frame, because there are a lot of other dynamic changes that takes place or that continues to happen in the cell, in the system as a result of the electrical fault. And as you can see, the result of this is a gradual decline in the voltage with the progress of time. And at one point of time, you find that the voltage has suddenly collapsed. So there is a complete collapse of voltage after a certain time. So this is known as the voltage insecurity, or this is known as the voltage instability, right? So that's what I am saying, that a power system might face this kind of a challenge. Now let us see how an SPS can be implemented to tackle this issue. Now, when we say SPS, basically the SPS will not always do something which is dramatically new. Rather, it will do something which is already, it will actually have some of the remedial measures. It will take some of the remedial measures which are already known. But what it will do is, it will make a very clever combination of these techniques, right? It will make a mixture of this technique. It will create an optimal combination of these tools and techniques, which actually acts best for the situation and will try to restore the voltage stability as soon as possible. So I just try to show you one implementation of this technique. I just straight away go to this graph because I don't have much time available. So look at this graph. So earlier you had seen that after the fault, there was a gradual decline of the voltage, and at one point of time, the voltage had a complete collapse. Now, look at this graph. What you see here is that there have been some kind of a control action has been taken care of, has been initiated by this system protection scheme at some discrete point of time. So you can now identify the discrete steps, right? So you can see that some discrete interval of time over which the remedial measures have been taken. So what are these remedial measures? The remedial measures are not something which is very, I should say, it's not something very new. It's not something very novel. Rather, these are some of the well-known techniques. Say, for example, it could be the application of, say, the static capacitor bank. It could be the use of, say, static VAR compensators. It could be, say, use of generators, automatic voltage regulators, or the generator's excitation system. Or it could even be a combination of these systems, right? So with a combination of these systems, that is, you can either have capacitor bank switching, you can have the operation of static VAR compensators, you can have the operation of generators, automatic voltage regulator, you can have, say, strategic load curtailment or load sheddings, and you can have a combination, the optimal combination of all these available tools in a best optimized way so that the voltage can be restored. And if you look at this graph, you can see that coordinated effort. So the SPS has analyzed the system, it has analyzed the disturbance, it has analyzed what kind of impact it can have on the system. So if it realizes that there is a chance of a voltage collapse, it will immediately take up all these actions. It will have a coordinated effort with all these existing tools, and then it will implement these control actions at some discrete point of time, which you can identify in the graph. And you can say, as a result of this technique, as a result of implementation of these control actions, the voltage now rises in steps, and then after a certain point of time, it reaches the steady state value, or it reaches acceptable level. Once it reaches the acceptable level, no further action is needed. So SPS will realize that, well, the voltages have reached acceptable limit, and therefore the control action will automatically stop. So this is a very good way of implementing the SPS, having some of the known methods of voltage control, like as I have said, it could be the operation of static wire compensator, it could be the transformers, say, tap changer, it could be, say, on-load tap changing action, it could be the action of static capacitor bank, it could be load curtailment. So with all these available tools and their coordinated actions, it is possible to maintain a steady voltage. That's what we have been depicted. This has been depicted in this diagram. So the same thing has been explained in these times, in these slides. I'm not going to explain them in details, right? We are almost at the end of the time. So this is the table which will show you how this coordinated effort has been taken. So as you can see that it has taken a coordinated effort where you can see that there are some capacitor banks which are present at some of the buses. Say, for example, there may be capacitor bank at bus number 25. There may be, say, capacitor bank at, say, bus number 26, 29, 30. Again, the choice of these buses are not random. They are, again, they have been chosen on the basis of rigorous analysis, and the best, or you can say the most optimal location of the banks, the capacitor banks, that have also been a part of the analysis. So we have found the best location for the capacitor banks and also the best values of the capacitor banks and their combinations, which needs to be switched on at different instants of time. Say, for example, the first action takes place at, say, 1.1 second, then the next action takes place at 8.1 second, the next control action takes place at 15.1 second, the next one takes place at 22 second, and the last control action takes place at an instant of time of 29.1 second. So basically you have control action taking place over 5 discrete steps, and the control action basically comprises of capacitor bank switching and strategic load curtailment at some specific buses. So these are basically the part of the analysis, part of the optimization. So when you have done the optimization successfully, you have a well-coordinated effort, well-optimized effort, and with that, you can achieve the restoration of voltage within a very short period of time. So this is again another voltage graph where the same control action but with a different strategy, and where you can see that the restoration of voltage has been achieved at a much shorter time. So this is just to give an idea that how the SPS can be very successful in restoring the voltage. So this is just one example. Not necessarily that the action of SPS should only be limited to the restoration of voltage. Rather, this action can also be extended to maintain the transient stability. It can also be used for maintaining the other parameters, like, say, maintaining the system frequency, maintaining, say, the reactive power reserve of the system. So these are the different things that can be controlled with the help of SPS. So here I have summarized whatever we have seen so far. So the key observations are that obviously the RES, the renewable energy integration, like the solar PV, wind, are highly volatile and intermittent in nature. Consequently, a high penetration of RES leads to grid stability and security concerns. System protection scheme, or the SPS, is a quick and economic way to ensure power system stability and security, especially in the wake of dramatically increasing renewable penetration, steadily increasing load demand, but relatively stagnant transmission and distribution infrastructure. SPS, to a large extent, can help overcoming the transmission and distribution bottleneck and can for some years postpone the necessity of an expansive transmission system upgrade by enabling system operation close to their stability limit and maximizing the usage of existing transmission capacity. So I just want to emphasize that SPS is not a very new technique, right? Rather, you can say that it is basically an optimized combination or a coordination of already available technique and use of some decision tools and decision logics. In fact, you can also integrate machine learning and other AI-based techniques into the decision-making procedure, that if this is the scenario, which control action will be the best suitable, right? So by this way, you can have a coordinated effort, which can be very much effective in controlling, or you can say that restoring or ensuring the security of the power system, right? So these are some of the key references. In fact, the implementation that I have shown in this presentation is a part of the research work of one of my PhD scholar. In fact, a very recent publication has taken place in the IEEE Systems Journal in the year 2020. And the title of the paper is Development of an Ensemble Decision-Based Tree-Based Power System Dynamic Security State Predictor. So from the title, as you can see, that basically this dynamic security state predictor is again can be considered a part of this system protection scheme, where you basically have a dynamic security state predictor. So basically the role of this state predictor will be to assess any kind of insecurity in the system in the future, right? It will try to predict the insecurity, and accordingly, it will create a kind of decision action, or you can say that it will implement a system protection scheme on the basis of its assessment of future insecurity, right? So again, there is another paper which has been published in the Springer's journal, and the title of this paper is Transient Stability-Based Security State Classification of Power System Networks Using the Coherence Neural Network. So I was saying that there is a good scope of application of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the field of power system security assessment, and the restoration of power system security, the assessing power system security. So these papers are good, the examples of how these kind of tools can be used in the power system security state prediction and maintaining the power system security. So with that, let me come to end of my presentation. So I would like to hear from you, right? So if you have any kind of question, you can definitely ask me, and I'll be very happy to answer the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have touched upon the most relevant topic of electrical engineering and the most burning topic, I hope so. So the session had been extremely fruitful for all of us. So I would request now Kamalika Madam, there are several questions posted in the chat box of YouTube. I request Kamalika Madam to raise the questions here. Madam, please. Hello.
Hi, madam. Yes, yes.
Please raise the question.
So the first question is that what is the future prospect of demand response program in India by the power providers?
By the
power providers.
Okay.
By the power providers.
Right. Okay. So yeah, definitely there is a good scope of using this concept. In fact, you see that the concept of demand response is not a very new concept, right? In fact, we might be using the term the demand response in recent times, but if you look at traditionally, the existing power grid has been basically a demand response based system, right? So as I have explained already, that load demand is something over which you do not have much control. Now, of course, you can have some strategic load curtailment or load shedding, but broadly speaking, no power utility or power generators would like to have a load shedding, because if you curtail the consumer's load, basically you are going to lose your revenue. So no power utility will like to lose revenue by curtailing or by shedding the consumer's load. So practically you don't have much control over the load demand of the consumer. So essentially that means that you need to have a control over your generation, because the generation needs to match the load demand in real time. If you can't match the generation with the existing load demand, then this is going to impact your system. It is going to impact your system frequency. This is going to impact your system voltage. So you must have a facility, or you must have the capacity to add generation or to reduce generation whenever it is needed. So basically the demand response is nothing new. It is already there in the system, but of course we didn't use the term demand response in early days. Now we are using this term. Now, as I have said, that demand response is somewhat difficult to maintain when you have a large scale integration of the renewable resources. Because I have said that the renewable integration are very much volatile in nature, they are very much intermittent in nature, which means that you cannot simply add renewable generation at any point of time, or they are intermittent in nature, so they may not be available at the point of time when the demand is maximum. Say, for example, if you come to the solar generation, the solar generation is not available during the evening or during the night. But if you look at the load pattern in India, because we have a large amount of commercial and the domestic load, so the load demand is typically very high during the evening period. So you have the highest demand during the evening period, whereas your generation from the solar renewable integration is actually not available during the night unless you have a huge amount of battery backup. So you see immediately that when the demand is highest, the solar generation is not available at all. Okay, so matching the demand with the help of renewable generation is practically a very difficult thing, and that's why only a system, a self-sustainable system, only using renewable resources is very difficult, right? So you need to have a mixture. You need to have a grid support so that when you have a high demand, right? Say, suppose you have a mini or a micro grid where you have the distributed generators, where you have the renewable generators, and you also have the grid support. And the grid support is essential because in the evening when you don't have the solar generation, or say in a typical day when the wind speed is typically low, you don't have the solar as well as the wind generation unavailable, you require the grid support. And on the other hand, if on some days you have a very good sunshine, you have a very good wind speed available, you have excess of generation, you can always feed the power back to the grid and earn some revenue. So demand response is typically a concept which is available for the existing vertically integrated grid, whereas for the renewable integration or for the mini and micro grids, depending on the renewable generation, you need some kind of a different concept. Okay, so
Thank
please
you,
go
sir.
for the next question. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What is the impact of huge number of electric vehicles charged over the grid stability?
Okay. So again, this is a very pertinent question. In fact, these have this large amount of the load. I should say non-conventional loads. They pose very different kinds of issues for the power grid, which are beyond the natural. I should say that the typically associated problems. They are very different in nature. Say, for example, the issue that you have raised, which is charging a large amount of or large number of electrical vehicles. Now, first of all, when you are charging large number of electrical vehicles, you are now having a huge increase in the demand, right? Because you know that this battery charging, it requires a good amount of electrical power. And all the batteries, when they are in the discharged condition, the moment you switch on the charger, it will draw a huge amount of power. In fact, the battery charging usually takes up a variable amount of current, right? Because when the battery voltage is low, when the battery is initially in a discharged condition, it will draw a large amount of current. But as the battery gradually charges up and its voltage gradually goes up, it takes a lesser and lesser amount of current. But when you have a large number of vehicles, they're all being charged at the same time, at least initially, the power which they draw from the grid will be huge. So that can create a problem for the grid. So that is one side of the problem. The other side of the problem is that many of these battery chargers or even other electrical loads nowadays, they depend on the power electronic technologies, right? So for example, the battery chargers, they will typically use the converters or the rectifiers, and they will use the power electronic circuits. And you know that these power electronic based loads, they have one common problem, that they inject harmonics into the system. So that is again another issue. In fact, that is a completely separate issue, and that requires a very elaborate discussion, which is not possible today. But the problem of harmonic is a very typical problem associated with these power electronic based loads, and the power grids need to address these issues. You need, say, a harmonic filter for that purpose, so that you can filter out the harmonic. And also, when you have a large amount of electrical vehicles charged at the same time, you need to make it sure that you don't charge them at the same point of time, or at least you need to restrict the initial charging current or the initial power demand. So that can obviously be done with the help of an intelligent charging system, where the chargers may not be allowed to draw a very large amount of current, right? Rather, it can be a very gradual charging, right? It can be made in the form of some kind of a staggered charging. So by using this kind of a technique, you can reduce the intensity of the load.
Thank you,
So you
sir.
can go for the next question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The next question is that what is the impact of large-scale integration of renewable energy sources on different frequencies?
Okay, in fact, the question is not very clear that what the audience actually tried to mean by the term at different frequency. What I get out of it is that probably he's trying to say that if the generators generate power at different frequencies, right? In fact, I tell you that this is typically an issue. Is it the question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me try to explain it like this, that this is typically a problem associated with the wind generation, where the frequency is likely to vary with the wind speed. And in fact, if you have, say, two wind generators located at two different locations, it is not possible that the two generators will run at the same speed. So if that is the case, then the problem is that their output frequencies will also be different, right? Particularly if they use the synchronous generators. But again, that all wind generators do not use synchronous generators. Sometimes they also use the induction generators, where the output frequency of the generators do not depend on their speed of rotation. So if that is the case, we do not have the problem. But if they employ synchronous generators, then it is likely that the output frequency of these generators will be different. So in that case, you cannot integrate them directly into the grid. So what has to be done in that case is you need some kind of an intermediate step where you need to convert the AC power generated by these generators to an intermediate DC power, and then you use an inverter to again convert the DC power to 50 hertz AC power. So basically you have a two-stage conversion where you first convert the AC power to DC power. So in that case, it doesn't become important that at what frequency the generation takes place, because ultimately all this generated power will be converted to DC. And then with the help of a power electronics based inverter, this can be converted back to AC, but at that time, the inverter's output frequency will be strictly the system frequency, which is 50 hertz. So by doing that, you can cope up with the different frequencies being generated by the different generators. So I hope that I have been able to address the issue that you have been raised.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So any more question?
No, sir.
Okay. So
I
should I
found this
end the
question.
session now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Sir, please wait a while. Sir, please wait a
Yeah,
while.
sure.
Because
Yes.
as a token of appreciation from our end, we'll present you a certificate here. We want to show you the
Okay.
screen. I will mail the same to you separately.
Okay.
Before
So nice
that,
of you. Thank you.
so just have a view of it and let the participants and everyone have a view of it. Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. I can see it.
Oh, so this is a small token of appreciation from us.
Thank you so much. Very nicely, designed certificate, right? I like the design. Aesthetically,
Oh,
it looks
thanks.
very nice. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thanks to Mr. Pallab Dotto. He has designed all these certificates, and
Okay.
obviously the material and everything I had also designed. We have other organizers as well, Mr. Orkindu
Okay.
Mitra and all, but the
Okay.
certificates have been designed by him.
Okay. So all the designers, I express my thanks to them, right? I extend my thanks to them.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you,
Thanks a
sir.
lot.
Thank you. Okay. So
And
should I end the session now?
sir, may I request once again our controller, sir, if you can share a few words here. I think controller, sir, has joined.
Okay.
Professor
Professor
Chakraborty.
Chakraborty. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Navamita, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on the presentation by Dr. Abhinandan De. We have attended previous lectures also by Dr. Abhinandan De. I think the amount of knowledge that he disseminates, and with the, in subjects with complex logic, he makes that so simple. We really, uh, get mesmerized with his uh, presentation of very complex subjects in the simplest manner. I think it takes a lot of deep learning to do that. I appreciate it very much. And I think all the faculty members today have gained immensely from the presentation by Dr. Abhinandan De. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for such nice words. And
Thanks to
thank you
Professor
once
Chakraborty
again.
also on my behalf. So you have always been so cordial. In fact, whenever I have visited your institute, I had always had a very the warmth of relationship from all the faculty members and from you also in particular. So I always cherished my relationship with this institute in IT. Thank you so much.
I must acknowledge the, indebtedness of the Electrical Engineering Department of Narula Institute of Technology to Dr. Abhinandan De.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And goodbye. And
Thank
to
you.
the participants, I would like to say we'll meet again in the second half at 1:55 p.m. for the first hands-on session of today. Okay? So please, so we'll have a break now, and we will all meet again at 1:55 p.m. sharp for the first hands-on demonstration of today by Professor Bishendu Chatterjee. So goodbye, and I'm closing the session.
afternoon, Vishenduda. Hello. Yes, good afternoon. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Am I audible? Sorry. Yes, you are audible. Yes, you are audible. Ek to wait for what? Just coming to connect. Okay, no problem. Okay. Has the streaming been started? I would ask the session coordinators. Has the streaming been started? Hello.
Yes, madam, yes, the streaming has been started.
Okay.
Or Kintu sir is in the other part.
Okay, so shall I start then? Hello. Hello, Paulo or Kindu? Is anyone here? Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible. Yes, madam.
Okay,
You are audible.
so, I am not seeing, the participants are also there and the streaming has started. So I'm starting the session then, okay? So, alright, good afternoon to all the participants. Good afternoon, Vishenduda. So, I shall take the privilege of reading out a very long profile in short. Professor Vishendu Chatterjee is presently the Associate Professor in the Electrical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University. He has completed his Masters and both PhD from Jadavpur University as well. And I am fortunate that I had been his classmate during the Masters. So presently, he has so many achievements that I had to summarize. The details of him are available in the website of Jadavpur University. He is a project fellow of Center of Mobile Computing and Communication, Jadavpur University, and research associate of Department of Science and Technology of Government of India sponsored project Jadavpur University. He has 36 IEEE transactions to his credit, 6 IET journals, 3 Elsevier journals, and many others. He had 8 patents filed, and he has been granted 1 US patent and 2 Indian patents. He has 1 copyright and books published to his credit from Springer as well, and he has guided 5 PhD students, of which 4 of them have been awarded. He has also guided masters, around 14 candidates in masters. He has organized 5 conferences, 8 workshops, delivered 5 invited lectures. He has been principal investigator of 7 sponsored projects from DST, as well as co-principal investigator from projects of DST, AICTE, and TPC. He has also 6 consultancy project works to his credit. He is a member of IEEE since 2012 and senior member of IEEE since 2017. He is the vice chairman of IEEE SPS Kolkata chapter since 2018, secretary of IEEE SPS Kolkata chapter since 2017, secretary of IEEE DIS Kolkata chapter since 2014. He has worked in the area of control, data acquisition, and system monitoring in March 2019, June 2014, and in June 2016, University of Applied Sciences in Augsburg, Germany. He has received appreciation for contributions towards advancement of IEEE and IEEE and Engineering, IEEE Kolkata section in 2014. So that was all in short to summarize his outstanding profile. I hope I had been audible all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
So, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some of my experience that I acquired by dealing with the embedded hardware. And also, I would like to thank the organizers of the institution for choosing me in this session. I have divided this lab into 2 parts. Today, we will be learning some of the basic things, and tomorrow we will see an application of what we have learned today. Now, before I start, I am turning off the camera because of bandwidth problems so that I can show you the slides. Is this slide visible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. So, in this session, I will be sharing with you the basic embedded system lab using a very common Arduino board. Now, this board is very small and is very much available in the market, but though it is small, its functionality is never limited. It is used widely not only for the hobbyist but also in the industry in the process control system, and its application areas are very wide. As you go to the next slide, you will see there are several accessories that are available with this board that can be bought separately and added to increase or to enhance the functionality of the board. Now, for example, see some of the added accessories I am explaining. One of it is the distance sensor. If you add this unit to the Arduino board, it will act as the distance sensor. Now, if you add this board, this is a gas sensor. So there are several type of sensors and controllers you can add with this board to enhance its performance. Now, which microcontroller is inside Arduino? It is called the Atmega 328P. This is the name by which we call this microcontroller. And one of the important thing, this microcontroller is mounted in a base from which it can be detached easily. What is the advantage? The advantage is that when we start programming, it may so happen the IC or the microcontroller gets damaged. We can, instead of replacing the whole board, we can just replace this chip and again start our operation. This will save our time and cost. Now we will start with the recapitulation of registers. These are very preliminary things. Those who have out of touch, for them it will be helpful. We will deal with 8-bit register and 16-bit register in this system, and the least significant bit is in the right hand side and the most significant bit of the MSB is in the left hand side. This is the convention that we will be using throughout this session. This is the example of an 8-bit register and its value in hex is 14. This is 1 to 4, 4 bits here and 4 bits here. This is 0001. So it is 1, 4. In this way, we will find out the values and accordingly the bits of the register, which one is high and which one is low. Now, in the microcontroller, there is, see, inside Atmega 328P chip, there is nothing but combination of several resistors in which some resistors are pre-programmed and some we can write 1 or 0 according to our will, so that the functionality can be changed or the chip can be made to operate according to our will. So what these resistors do, let us go to the next slide and we will see that Atmega 328 works at approximately 16 megahertz clock, and these are the performance that are been this capability has been incorporated in the chip due to the register array inside it, that is the 32K bytes of programmable flash memory, 2 kilobytes of internal RAM. There are timers, these are also registers, PWM channels are there, ADC is there. This chip is small, but its functionality is vast and varied, I would say. And these are all due to the presence of registers. If there are more registers, then the RAM will increase. Accordingly, the chip will be better actually. In this way, the registers are related with the performance of the chip. Now let us go to the recap of ports. Ports are physical pin of the microcontroller. If I just go to the previous slide of Atmega, see these pins in the IC that are communicating with the outside world. These pins are physical pins and connected logically to the resistors. Suppose this is a port resistor and I made these bits high. What will happen? Accordingly, these pins physically will be at high level, that is at plus 5 volt. And the other pins that I have made 0 will be at low level at 0 volt. And this is the basic functionality of the port pins related with the port resistors. Now, for ATmega 328, each pin, see, there are, if you have observed that there are only 28 pins, but the functionality that I have told you is huge. Now, how to incorporate all the functionality only in this small amount of pins? To do so, what is done is this. These pins are multiplexed with internal circuit, and each of the pin functions in several way, and not only as port. You can see in the next slide that pin configurations are given, and accordingly the multiple functionalities can be observed here. For example, see pin number 28. It not only acts as PC5 or port C5, it acts as analog to digital conversion pin, it acts as interrupt pin. In this way, there are several functionality incorporated into a single pin. The color code is given. For example, digital is this bluish color, sky blue, and the analog is greenish color. These pin are mixed pin. They can both perform as digital pin and as well as analog pins. Some of the pins are purely digital. They can communicate via serial interface or as port pins. Now, the pins that I have told you just now, these pins, Arduino board pins, and the pins of this ATmega 328 are not exactly having the same name. For example, this is the actual pin of the chip, and the Arduino board pin is A0. For 23, it's connected to A0. For 24, connected to A1. In this way, it is connected. How do you know that which pin is connected to which pin of the board? For that, you can search in the net and download the circuit diagram. It is very much available. As I have told you, everything of Arduino is very much available in the net. Now, if you study this circuit diagram from the chip, which pins are going to which pins in the board is written clearly. We will come to the point later because we will have to deal with this circuit diagram. Now the software requirements. See, this is a free software, first of all, because for the hobbyist and for the enthusiasts, they can easily download the software and do a trial run with this software. Who are interested can easily download from this net. This is the URL that I have given. From here we can easily download the software. When you download this software, this type of icon, as for Windows I am explaining because I use Windows in my computer, this windows.exe, this type of icon will be downloaded. If you double click on this and go on for the default options, it will give several options, and you can go for the default options in the beginning. What will happen? This Arduino will be installed. This is the desktop, and this type of icon is present in the desktop, from which we will double click it and use it later. How the IDE or the programming environment looks, I have taken a screenshot of that programming environment also. Now it looks like this. There are two main parts. This is the setup part. It comes by default. You won't have to type anything. As soon as you open a new project or double click that icon, this type of window opens up. There are two parts. This is the setup part, where the initialization of the port pins, registers, etc. are done, and it runs just for one time it runs. Now there is a loop where the program runs repeatedly. This is the main part of the program where we can put the main code. We will start with a very simple thing. For those who wants to start Arduino, they can download it and they can put this program to glow LED. This is the very first and very common program. It is available in the net also. That in the setup, the setting part is pin mode, LED underscore built-in, comma, output, and built-in LED is made high here. Some delay is given. For 1000 means the delay is in multiple of milliseconds, so that I get a 1 second delay. And then digital write, the LED built-in low. The delay is again given for 1 second. This is in the loop, so this will repeat. Now, how do you put this in the environment? Just copy and paste here. It will look like this. The one thing is that this syntax you will have to learn according to the built-in Arduino libraries and the command. In which port or which LED will be glowing, it is not mentioned, at least in this code. From looking this code, we cannot interpret anything except that something will be, LED will be high, LED will be low, and there will be a delay. To run this, we will need some hardware also with this software. This is the software that we have installed in the computer, but in the USB socket, we will have to connect the Arduino board itself. This board is available for online purchase as basic kit, very low cost, 300 to 400 in Indian rupees. There are advanced kit, there are 4,000, 5,000 Indian rupees. Kits are available with various accessories, and this is the basic kit. The basic kit comes with some LEDs, some resistances, some jumper wires to connect the board, a breadboard, and this USB cable to connect computer to the board. Now, suppose we have bought this basic kit, then we will have to prepare the circuit where we will connect the LED to glow. See, in the Arduino board pin 13, it is marked 13, pin number 13 in the board, where you will connect a 1 kilo ohm resistance, LED, and connect to the ground. Ground pin is also marked in the board. Now, how we will do it practically? First, I will suggest you, because this is at least a virtual practical session, you keep a notepad and a pen so that you can note these things down. When we will encounter these things again, we can just recapitulate and compare with our noted things, so that if you note down this circuit carefully, then we can compare with this circuit for the actual connection in the board. So I would request to keep this noted in your notepad. This is a very simple circuit: one resistance, one LED, ground, and this is pin 13. You just write it pin 13 in your circuit. The components that you will record: this is the resistance, LEDs, any color. The longer pin is the anode and to be connected in the positive side. The shorter pin is the cathode to be connected to the negative side. And just you see, the negative connection is a broader area inside the LED. It can be seen by our eyes also. This is the LED that we will be using, and the jumper wires. In the breadboard, it will look like this. See that I have told you again, if you go to the circuit, pin number 13 and ground, these two are the ultimate connections. See, pin number 13 and ground are adjacent pins. So we can take out the connections from these 2 points in the board. So what will happen? I have taken a jumper from pin number 13 in the breadboard, from which a resistance of 1 kilo ohm is connected here. The anode of LED is connected. The cathode is connected to this portion of the breadboard, and where the ground connection goes back to the ground pin of the Arduino board. This is the hardware connection. Now, how to connect this board to computer? This is the USB socket. This is the USB socket from which we can connect to the computer. See, one thing, there are 2 types of sockets there. If you want to run the Arduino board from the computer, program it and see the result, then connecting the USB socket is more than sufficient, because it will provide power to the board. But if you want, suppose in the process control or some serious work, you have programmed this Arduino and you want this board to be operated independently without the help of any computers, etc. Then you will connect a power line to this socket. You can connect 9-volt power socket here. The board has internal regulators inside it, internal regulator, and it will regulate to 5 volts and operate it smoothly. So for embedded system, you can connect a power supply source to this socket and the computer will not be needed. So we have done this hardware connection. Now what will happen? The USB that I have already mentioned, that the computer USB cable has 2 sides. One of them can be connected, one of the side can be connected to the computer part and another to the Arduino board part, to establish a connection between the computer and the board. Now after you connect, in the IDE, see, if you see here, the board Arduino is connected already in the environment. So it has found this board. But which port you will have to choose. It is by default, it is COM3, and it programs with the help of this COM3 also very easily. So that I have chosen this and put a tick mark here. And even if you forget to do this, this environment is very user friendly. It will ask that serial port not selected. Suppose you have not selected like this. If you connect this part, and it will automatically ask to connect with the serial port, and if you click the OK button, it will automatically do the configuration. Now what we have done, we have put this code here, we have connected the hardware as we have told you, we have connected the USB. Now we will run this program and see what happens. Now please tell me whether it is visible or not, this video. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Vishwendra.
Okay, thank you. So you can see that this LED is running. It is glowing for 1 second and stopping approximately for 1 second. So this was our program. LED high for 1 second, delay. LED low for 1 second, delay. So our first program has run in this way. See, it has been connected to the computer, so it is providing the power. This is the power LED, it is glowing. So no more connections are required at this stage. Now the problem is, see, we have programmed by the library of the Arduino. We didn't know. See, I have told you to connect the LED to pin 13. If you if you have noted it in your notepad, pin 13 was written. But why pin 13? Where it is written? We could not control this because of the inbuilt functions of the library. But if you go in a deeper session, you will see that we can program everything in that chip according to our will and not others' library. See, for Arduino programming, many things are hidden, so we will focus on register level programming. For register level programming, some standard syntax need to be known. Not much difficult, but you will have to understand the registers first. For that, you will have to consult the datasheet. It is almost 300-page datasheet, because I have told you there are several functionalities of this chip. You can do anything, almost anything and everything with this chip, and this functionality is explained all in this datasheet. I will take some of the special portions of this datasheet for you in this lab session, so that we can understand and perform it in the later part. First of all, if you search for port registers in the datasheet, this page will open up. There are 3 registers of port, DDR and pin. These 3 registers are associated with Suppose A, B, C, etc. If it is A, then these three register will work for port A. If it is B, it will work for port B, and so and so. And how to consult this data sheet? See, I have told you the LSB. That is why we have started with the recapitulation of register. The LSB or the bit 0 is in the right hand side, bit 7 is in the left hand side. Which pins in the register, basically which bits are dedicated to which function is given inside of the register. I repeat again, 0 to 7 is in the top side, the bits. Which bit is dedicated to what is given in the middle, and whether these bits are writable or readable is given in the bottom. If it is RW, it can be read, it can be written to. If it is only R, it is readable, it is not writable. If it is dash or nothing, if you read it, you will encounter or you will face a 0 value. If you write it, you cannot write it. Nothing will happen actually. And the last part is given what is the initial or the default values that these register bits have when you start the IC from just power on the IC from the dead state or powerless state. So accordingly, these three registers are given here. The bits, the functioning, readable or writable, and the initial value. In this way, you will interpret throughout the data sheet. All the registers have this common trend. Now, how to write a value to the register? See, it cannot be simpler than this, that port B equal to 0 in 0x01. This 0x means x. If you write nothing with 1, it will assume as normal decimal. If you write 0b, it is represented as binary. See, for binary, for an 8-bit register, all the bits are required to be given. Otherwise, it will give error. For hex, only 2 positions are necessary because one will represent 4 bits, another will represent the MSB 4 bits. So these 2 bits are sufficient. For decimal, you can write up to 255 because of 8 bits. And for binary, you will have to just write all the bits. What is the advantage? This reduces our computation. If somebody tells you to make a particular bit high, suppose third bit, 0, 1, 2, 3, I will put 1 here without any computation. Otherwise, I will have to convert it into hex and put here, or convert it into decimal and put here. So these 3 syntax all are valid, and everything can be written in the Arduino environment. This is the advantage. It is very flexible. See, ultimate result PB0 or the port B0 pin has become high due to this one, and rest other are 0. If you write 1 here and 0 here, automatically this will become 1 and these all will become 0. This is the simplest method to write into a register. Now, how to set a bit of port? Suppose either I can write here the particular bit and set it at so on. Otherwise, what I can do, directly I have a syntax called bit set. X is the numeric variable whose bit is to be set. This variable means port A, port B, port C, or the register names. This numeric variable actually means the register name. And n is the nth bit that I want to set. See the example, bit set port B, 5. PB 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mind that it starts with bit 0. So 0 is very valid. If you write port B 0, this pin will be bit set or made high. So always count from 0. This is the convention of the register. See 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have set port B 5th pin. This is the standard syntax that we will be using. So either, I repeat, you can note it also, these three syntaxes are very important. Port be equal to hex or decimal or binary, or bit set directly the bit of the port register. If you want to set for port A register, write port A, 4, anything. Now how to clear a bit? This is bit clear. Exactly similar, I have seen in the previous slide. I have set this port. Now I am clearing a port. See, other were all 0. When I have cleared this port, it has again become 0. Now how to read a bit? This is bit read. I repeat, you can note this syntax because we will have to do this when we will do the lab, practical lab. Bit read port B, 5. That port B 5, the condition will be read. If it is 0, it will return 0. If it is 1, it will return 1. Because it is only a single bit, it can return only two values, either 0 or 1. Now, port pin needs to be controlled by data direction register. How it is controlled? It is controlled with the help of DDR register. If it is B, then it is port B associated. If it is A, then associated it is this register is associated with port A. Data direction register. The port can function as input. I can give it a value from outside, or it can show a value. For example, if you remember that the LED, it was high and low according to the output data from the microcontroller. We didn't give any input to the port. It was automatically controlled by the microcontroller. And in that case, this data direction register is very important. The 0th bit is here and the 7th bit is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and DDRB 7. Now comes the important part. If the nth bit of DDRX is written logic 1, suppose I write this bit logic 1, then this pin is configured as output pin. Then this pin is configured as output pin. If it is written logic 0, which is by default when it starts, the nth pin is configured as input pin. I can give it a value. It will read from outside world. Example, bit set DDRB 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we can configure directly in the binary 0B, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bit I will make 1 and 0, 0. Or you can convert it to 20 hex or something like that, and it will be the same thing as bit set DDRB 5. What is the consequence? These 0 pins are input pins, but now the DDRB 5, as we have written DDRB or bit set 5, it has become output pin. If you start the microcontroller, and expect a pin to be output, nothing will happen because you have not set the DDRB data direction. So first you will have to configure the data direction, and then everything you can expect to work in your way. There are several programmings that due to these small mistakes, the big programming will not function properly, and it will be very difficult to troubleshoot unless and until you know these basic things first. Now see the port pin internal circuit. For knowledge, we will have to know this. Port pin has a pull-up resistor and a switch associated with it, which is internally connected to logic 1. What happens if you connect this pull-up resistor and see the condition of the switch? If the switch is open, it will be connected through the resistor to logic 1, and this pin will be at high state. Without the help of switch, or if nothing is connected, it will be in the high stage. If you put the switch to ground, this part through the resistor will be shorted, and this voltage here will drop to 0 because it is shorted to ground, and it will be in the low state. So high and low can be set by the switch if and only if there is a pull-up resistor connected to logic 1. If you connect nothing, internal or external, anything to this pin, when the switch is closed, well, I agree that it is at low. When it is open, what is the state? It is not connected to any voltage. This will then perform some erroneous operation inside the chip. So to avoid that, it should be connected to logic 1 to a pull-up resistor. How to activate this pull-up resistor, rather this switch, internal switch, because the resistor is there, switch you can turn on or turn off. If nth pin of port X is written logic 1, when the pin is configured as an input pin by DDRX resistor, the pull-up resistor is activated and vice versa. Let us go to the previous slide. Any of these pins are input pin. DDRB resistor. What you have done? Bit set DDRB 5 so that other pins are in input. When the other pins are in input, if you write that pin in port resistor equal to 1, then it goes to the high pull-up state. See, port pin used as input pin. First, what we have done? Bit clear DDRC, port C3. Port C3 is configured as input pin. Now I am writing bit set. That means setting the bit of that third pin in port. Write this syntax in sequence, then you will understand. First, I will make the data direction in. Then if I write 1 to port, then the pull-up resistor is now enabled. If I clear that pin in port, when it is connected as input or when it is configured as input, then pull-up resistor is now disabled. So to enable or disable pull-up, first we will have to configure as input, then either write 1 to that port pin or 0 to that port pin. When we will go to the advanced stage, then we can easily understand what is happening. Now port pin used as output pin. If nth pin of port X is written logic 1, then port is configured as an output pin. The port pin is driven high. If it is 0, the port pin is driven low. That is very easy. Port pin used as output pin. When data direction is set, then that pin will function as output pin. And when it is configured as output pin, it is set or cleared accordingly. PC3 is now high. You can see in outside world because PC3 is connected to a physical pin in the chip. If you connect a LED will glow, LED will stop glowing. That can be easily seen, and this is the technique we will utilize now. The circuit diagram again. Let us see if you remember that we have connected the LED to pin 13 of the Arduino board. See here, it is the pin 13. Since this is the pin 13, it is actually connected. See, very carefully see the tracing. Pin 13 is actually connected to PB5, that means port P, fifth pin of the actual chip, PB5. If you have followed this, then you can write your own code. So remember, now note it in your notepad that pin 13 is actually PB5, port B fifth pin, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you can write your own program. See, very simple. In the setup, which will run once, we will configure that bit set port B5. I have told you that LED is connected. Bit set DDRB5. What will happen? The data direction register will make this pin as output pin. Data will go outside. Bit set DDRB5. In the loop, what will happen? Data direction register has been configured as port 5, and now we will just set and clear the bit of port 5. If you set it and give the delay, and if you clear it and give the delay, the same thing will happen. See, I have changed the code to our register mode coding, and you can see the same video that the LED is glowing at an interval of 1 second. What is the difference of doing this and previous code? We didn't know anything, and now by knowing everything, we are doing this code. What is the advantage? If you remember the previous code, LED built-in high and LED built-in low, if I convert from pin 13 to say pin 14, see the circuit diagram. Suppose I have pin PB5 was there, now I have connected to pin 12, the LED. With the help of the inbuilt code, nothing can be done. The LED will not glow. But if you connect pin 12 and see the circuit diagram very carefully, it is connected to PB4. If I am not wrong, this pin is going to PB4. And I can ask you the question, how it will change? Just from 5 it will become 4 and the LED will glow again. But for fixed coding or internal coding, the LED will not glow if I change the pin. This is the difference, that you are going deeper into the IC and doing whatever you can do. So I have given the second demo. Next, we are using delay in our program. Now, otherwise the blinking of the LED will be too fast because the microcontroller operates at microsecond, and it cannot be perceived by our eyes, so we have added delay. Again, if you see the program, we have used this delay 1000, which is again an internal code of Arduino. This is the internal code of Arduino, and we don't know what is happening again inside. Now this part we will again explore. So now we will replace the internal delay routine with the internal hardware timer of ATmega 328G. For that, what we will want to know, we will have to know that ATmega timers, there are several timers. 8-bit timers are there, 16-bit timers are there. If you consult the datasheet, you will get the name of the timers. We will use the timer 1 16-bit timer here. Okay. If we understand one of the example, we can understand the others also. So what is done? Again, a resistor. This is called TCC R1A and TCC R1B. This 1 is for timer 1. And A and B are the part. Just you see the previous slide, it is a 16-bit. So its control will be also a 16-bit resistor. It is divided into two 8-bit parts. Okay. This part we are not interested. It functions some special things. Maybe in the advanced lab we can encounter. So we will keep it 0. Forget it. We will write 0 here. Okay. This part we are interested not only in all bits, only these 3 bits. TCC R1B. Please make a note. TCC R1A we will make it 0. TCC R1B we will deal with these 3 bits. These are known as the clock select bits for timer. How the timer will progress, fast or slow or medium, that can be selected by the speed of clock set by these bits. The 3 clock select bits select the clock source to be used by the timer or the counter. Okay, these bits are writable also, readable also. We will write here, of course. Initial value is 000. What is 000? 000 means timer is stopped. Initially, the timer will not start by its own. If you turn on the IC, give it power, timer will not start by its own. What to do? You will have to put some value other than 0. And what are the values? These are the permissible values. We will use 101 where the timer will increment by a divided ratio of 1024. I will explain it in detail. Just you remember, 1 2 will be 1, 1 1 will be 0, and 1 0 will be 1 1 0 1. These 3 bits. Okay. Code is very simple. These are 0, these are 101. If you write in binary pattern, it will be 101. See, code is one line. If you understand the thing clearly, coding is very easy. This means the increment will be clock per 1024. Per 1024 clocks, this timer will increment by 1. Per 1024 clocks, remember we are using 1:1024 prescaler timer. It will increment by 1. Now timer 1 will have to go through 65535 in decimal and start again from 0. When it overflows, it reaches its full value of FFFF, a overflow flag is set. And this flag is to be read and further program is decided. Let us see in a diagram. Per 1024 clock cycle, timer will increment by 1. Timer register will go on incrementing and complete these increments. Already we have divided the clock. Again, per 1024 clock, 1 1 2 1 2 3 4. In this way, it will increment up to this. So it will create a huge time delay. As it overflows, overflow flag is set and timer register starts from 0. How to read it? Another register is there. This is called the T1 TIFR timer flag register 1. This is for timer 1. Only this bit is important. It is automatically set on overflow but is not cleared automatically. We will have to clear it and wait until it is set. So how to do that? Again, the code is very simple. First bit set TIFR1 TOV1 register and the bit. I have told you bit set syntax. First register, then the bit. TIFR1 is the register and TOV1 is the bit. We will set it. Set this bit to clear the flag. I repeat, you will have to set this bit to clear the flag, not clear to clear. It is the opposite. If the architecture of the internal architecture of this ATmega chip is like that, you will have to set this bit to clear the flag. Then you wait until it has become 0. Wait until it has become 1. While this means it will wait here. And this code, if you can write it in a notepad, it will be utilized. So how the code will look like? Data direction port V5 we have said because LED is connected to port V5. TCCR1 is 0, I have told you. I have nothing to do, or we have nothing to do with this register. And 1B, it is 101 for the prescaler. Bit set port V5. Then these two orange colored code are the main syntax of delay. I have made the flag clear and I am waiting until the flag has become high again. This will create the required delay. So I will put it in the program again and I will see the demo. See. Now see the timing very carefully. It is not 1 second, it is something else. It is almost, if you notice, if the video goes correctly, it is 4 seconds. So we have come almost to the last part of this lab session today. What I will do is this, just calculate the timing of the timer so that part we can also control by our will. Delay calculation from timer setting. What will be the delay? See, Arduino board has got some fixed specification. For example, it runs at 16 megahertz. Now, due to this prescaler, per 1024 clock, you remember that you have written in your notepad that it is 101. That means per 1024 clock, timer increments by 1. Thus, each increment of the timer takes 1024 by 16 mega. Means this 10 to the power 6 part you keep aside and convert it into microsecond, so that 1024 by 16 is the 64. 64 microsecond, this timer, each and every increment of the timer will take 64 microseconds. It has to go from 1 to 65535. So into 64 microsecond is 4.19 seconds. So again, if you calculate, if you find it, approximately 4.19 second is very difficult to perceive by our human eye. You can see that it is approximately 4 seconds. Now this part, to get some other values, we can change the clock speed. We can change some other registers. We will tomorrow we will see in the application lab that I have told you. So for today, I will stop here. I just will just continue. So I hope that I could explain you the basic parts. We will continue tomorrow for the next part, that is the application part. We will require this information. I would ask Navamita to take over from this lab session.
Oh, Vishenduda, you have completed. Actually, I was disconnected a bit. So have you completed?
Yes, for today I have completed the preliminary section. I have told the audience that tomorrow we will continue the application part. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello? There are some questions.
Uh, yes, madam, I will be asking some questions.
Yes.
First question is one example of the program where we need to add the external libraries except from inbuilt libraries. That question has been asked. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, the external library part is not is out of scope for today. If you gather these questions, then accordingly the lab session can be arranged in that manner in the next sessions. So it needs a tutorial how to add these things.
Okay, sir. Sir, another question is there. Is it possible to interface with SCADA software for any program?
Yes, it is very much possible, but according to your program, this is what we have learned in today's lab is a very preliminary and the basic thing you want to start for Arduino. If you want to do some advanced thing, accordingly there are several varieties of Arduino that have 32-bit microcontrollers inside it. This is only a small 8-bit microcontroller, and if the program is simple, we can incorporate in this board also, but if it is some difficult things to do, we can buy some advanced board and incorporate these things.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So another question is there. Is it possible to generate high frequency PWM, say around 10 kilohertz for power electronics converters through Arduino Uno?
Sir, tomorrow we will be learning about PWM. So this part I am deliberately, the answer is not given today because tomorrow the application part, not only we will learn PWM, we will also control with the help of this PWM. So everything will be done with on hands experience tomorrow in the lab session.
Sir, another question is there. How the loop is developed that LED is on and off periodically using that void loop?
On and off with the help of while loop.
Void, VOID, void loop, periodically.
No, I didn't get the question. Void loop.
How the loop is developed that LED is on and off periodically using that void loop.
are you talking about the programming syntax that I have shown in this session? That,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, the loop part is the inbuilt function of the Arduino environment, the IDE. The loop, as soon as it has got its own braces, when the program reaches the last line of the brace, it jumps to the first part of this brace, and this way the loop runs. It is the internal program of the Arduino. So whatever you want to run continuously in a loop can be done with the help of this loop subsection.
Okay, sir. These are the questions, sir. It was a very informative session. So over to our HOD madam, Dr. Navanita.
Thank you very much.
Vishwaduta, I will just show you a digital certificate of appreciation, which I'll send you in mail also, but I'll just present it here for you. Is it visible?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. So this is a token of appreciation from our end. And
Yes.
thank you very much. And we'll again meet you tomorrow in the same time. So it had been a very interesting session.
Okay, we will again meet in the same time tomorrow, and we will continue from where I have left.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye to all the participants. Tomorrow we'll meet again. At 9:50 a.m. So goodbye to all of you. Thank you all. And thank you to all the faculty and staff of my department.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. So we are closing the session for today. We'll meet again tomorrow.